la journée. Et le plaisir pour moi, une fois de plus, pour animer cette 9e édition de Women in Tech Africa Mauritius. Vous êtes nombreux, nombreuses, présentes aujourd'hui, and it's really a great pleasure to be welcoming you all. First of all, let us see if we can cheer a little bit for ourselves, for our presence this early morning, for all the beautiful people in the house. Let's give a big round of applause. Wow. Thank you so much. And as we start, I would like to highlight a few house rules. So we will request you, ladies and gentlemen, to please activate your mobile phones on silent mode. And we have 2 exits for this beautiful venue. One is just on this side, and the other one is behind the beautiful sofas. For those willing to rest and wash your hands, the toilets are on this side. As you open the door, as I always say, first right, and they are always right, is for the ladies, and then the second door will be for gentlemen. So, allow me to start inviting you to follow a video message from Eiffel Coffee, the founder of Women in Tech Africa. I shall share with you a quick bio of Eiffel. Eiffel Coffee is a distinguished Ghanaian entrepreneur, IT professional, and advocate for women in technology, known for founding and leading Edel Technology Consulting, a prominent IT and software services company in West Africa and Europe. She has been recognized as one of the top 5 women influencing technology across Africa and is the founder of Women in Tech Africa, the continent's largest women's tech network spanning over 30 countries. Eiffel is a published author, a global speaker, and a board member of several organizations, including one of the West Africa's largest insurance firms. Her leadership extends to initiatives supporting digital transformation, gender equity, and young African innovators. And she has been honored with awards such as the Unilever Ghana Woman of the Year and the Africa's Most Influential Woman in Business and Government in ICT. I shall request my colleagues from the technical support to please play the video. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Ethel Kofi and I am founder of Women in Tech Africa. Now, Women in Tech Africa was founded as a peer networking group to bring women across all of Africa together to learn from each other, to build each other in the technology space. And Women in Tech Week was created as part of that, as a networking event, as a learning event for women in the different countries. So welcome to the Mauritius event. We look forward to you engaging with the speakers, attending the event, and enjoying your time at the event. Thank you to the whole team for putting this together, and we're excited to have you. Thank you. To learn from each other, to build each other in the technology space. And Women in Tech Week was created as part of that, as a networking event, as a learning event for women in the different countries. So welcome to the Mauritius event. We look forward to you engaging with the speakers, attending the event, and enjoying your time at the event. Thank you to the whole team for putting this together, and we're excited to have you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is what I call giving a kiss to the work, okay? ISS. Keep it short and sweet. Ladies and gentlemen, I now would like to invite some key persons on the stage for group photo before we kickstart the first speaker to be sharing the first keynote. So allow me to invite Samira to invite the person to join on the stage for the group photo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like first to invite the CEO of Mauritius Telecom, Mr. Bimal Gangadin. I would like also to invite Natasha Ade from Réunion Island. Would like to also invite Dennis Morgan, the strategic advisor for Safesha Training Center. Mrs. Manju Garib from Jubilee. Mrs. Editya Özbek. Mrs. Sanjana Juman, Joanna Karbanen, Nazlin Karim Bokas, Fatima Karantali. Rigvi Bansudev, Dristi Teshwari, Dia. We'll have Fatima as well, Fatima Zahra. Mrs. Ofia Yakub, Miss Ditisha Chekut, Dr. Zahra Manglu, Miss Sanyukta, Miss Pooja Tawakel, Miss Rina Amen, and myself. I would like to have Achala as well. Share around. So you have Insha from IPA, Karuna from FinClub,
Before internet, there was that one voice on the other end, and it was everything. Before mobiles, before internet, there was that one voice on the other end, and it was everything. When Mauritius discovered the internet, it wasn't just a connection. It was a window to a whole new world. We brought friends closer, gave love new ways to reach you, and made the island feel just a little smaller. Mauritian ambition took off. From boardroom to beach house. From bold ideas to brighter nights. From learning to leisure, every part of life seamlessly connected, a future of immersive learning and limitless connection. And we're already there with you. One life, many moments, all connected by something greater. Mauritius Telecom, always with you.
Let's hear it also for one of our sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, iSpace. On peut applaudir à l'équipe de iSpace, qui est également parmi nos sponsors. Et I need to share also, if ever you see any camera coming near to you, don't forget to give a beautiful smile, because we are live on YouTube, and that will be the channel of Women in Tech Africa Mauritius. And we would like to say a big thank you to all the technicians of iSpace for this beautiful job. Ladies and gentlemen, I will immediately invite our first keynote speaker en présentiel. And she will be sharing with us beautiful experience, I believe. And please help me in a minute to welcome Manju Garib. I would like to share her bio. Ladies and gentlemen, Manju Garib is a head of underwriting motor at Jubilee Alliance General Insurance Mauritius Limited. With over 25 years of experience in general insurance, Manju Garib has built her career on innovation, resilience, and leadership. For claims handling to technical underwriting in motor and non-motor, she has mastered every facet of insurance, consistently driving transformation through technology and strategic insight. As head of underwriting motor at Jubilee Alliance General Insurance Mauritius Limited, Manju has been at the forefront of modernizing underwriting operations. Her leadership has reshaped the company's motor profile through data-driven decision-making, process automation, and digital solutions, including the introduction of electronic motor certificates, and an online self-service platform for intermediaries. These initiatives have significantly improved efficiency, compliance, and customer experience. A passionate advocate for women's empowerment and inclusion in leadership, Manju believes that the technology and diversity are powerful catalysts for Africa's progress. She continues to expand her knowledge through global learning programs, CII, embodying the spirit of lifelong learning and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome on stage Manju Garib.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, valuable sponsors, esteemed speakers, panelists, students, participants, and members of the press, good morning. And a very special greeting to all inspiring women here today. It's truly a pleasure to be here today to share how I help to bring technology into the insurance world and how the transformation has reshaped the world we work, interact, and deliver values. The COVID-19 pandemic was a wake-up call for all of us. As a woman in leadership, it challenged me to rethink the traditional way of doing things and to accelerate digital transformation, where our operation once relied on manual processes, physical documents, and in-person interactions. We suddenly had to make everything faster, safer, and more accessible, entirely through digital means. In response, I led a complete re-engineering of our motor underwriting process. We introduced the electronic motor certificate, officially approved by the NLTA, replacing manual certificate with a fully digital, secure, and efficient solution. We also modernized our document management system, shifting from manual filing to a structured electronic framework and enhanced efficiency, accuracy, and collaboration between our team and the intermediaries. Communication was another key area of transformation. Today, insurance contracts are being sent directly via email for instant delivery, while WhatsApp is being used to share documents quickly and conveniently, improving real-time engagement with customers. And to improve our partners, we have developed our motor online system, a platform enabling intermediaries to self-issue, certificate, and renew documents. This innovation simplifies operation, reduces delays, and ensures business continuity, even during lockdowns. For me, COVID was not just a crisis. It was an opportunity to learn, adapt, and grow as a leader. It taught me to act decisively, to innovate boldly, and to respond with empathy and efficiency. It reinforced my belief that when women lead, we can shape sustainable, resilient, and forward-thinking businesses. Women are natural problem solvers, am I right? Both at home and at workplace. We are resourceful, detail-oriented, and exceptionally good optimizing operation. By harnessing these qualities, we turn a paper-based system into a fully digital ecosystem, ensuring reliance, efficiency, and convenience for our customers and partners. Today, women are among the strongest influencers in business. We are driving trends, embracing digital tools, and making cashless business. FinTech information work efficiently, whether through e-commerce, financial apps, or even platforms like TikTok that are shaping marketing and communication. I'm a frequent buyer on TikTok. This shows that women doesn't just adapt to technology, we humanize it. But true leader is not just about system and processes. It's about adaptability, humility, and passion. Adaptability allows us to turn challenges into opportunities. Humility keeps us grounded and open to learn. Passion gives us to drive to go further, innovate faster, inspire others. When we combine this quality, we do more than lead, we transform. When women lead, the world changes. We adapt, we innovate, we inspire. By embracing technology, we haven't only just modernized the system, we redefine what's possible in our industries and communities. So, let us continue to lead with courage, creativity, self-confidence, showing that innovation and excel have no boundaries. Before I close, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Samira Chetankorati, the Mauritius chapter lead of Women in Tech Africa, for organizing such inspiring events and bringing together such empowering community of leaders and change makers. Thank you once again, Dr. Samira, and thank you for all organizers for creating this platform and celebrate women's voice, achievement, and impact in technology and beyond. And everyone here, thank you for listening, learning, and leading. Let's continue to build a future where women are not just a part of change. We are the change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. I believe my voice is... Yes. On behalf of the organizing team, we would like, please be at the center. Ladies need to be at the center. Yes. And a beautiful takeaway from what you shared, Madam, will be learn and adapt as a leader. I believe each and everyone in the house today is a leader, and if not for a group, if not for a company, at least for your partner, you need to be a leader. Yes, I'm addressing to the ladies, right? Gentlemen, whatever we're talking today will be directed to the ladies. Yeah. Good? C'est bon? Yes. Entre-temps, bien sûr, applaudissements, merci beaucoup, Madame Garib, de partager ces belles paroles. As we move rapidly to the second keynote speaker, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present her. She is Adita Ozbek, and she has a transformational executive leader and social, she is a leader and social impact strategist with over a decade of experience building and scaling purpose-driven organization globally, particularly in healthcare recruitment, education, and sustainability. As founder and CEO of NEU Professionals Limited, she pioneers ethical international recruitment model that strengthen healthcare system across continents. Edita excels at forging strategic partnerships with government and industry leaders, influencing workforce policy and driving sustainable growth in emerging and established markets. Her leadership style combines innovation, ethical governance, and inclusive culture building, empowering teams, and mentoring future leaders to create lasting social and economic value. She also champions youth AI education in Africa and founded Mauritius' first National Health and Social Care Excellence Summit and Awards, positioning the country as a regional leader in people-centered healthcare. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Edita Özbek.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for having me here. I'm really honored, Dr. Samira, to be one of your keynote speakers. Dr. Samira and I met a few months ago at an EDB She Trades workshop where I delivered a short presentation to women entrepreneurs on executive leadership, and I'd like to share this experience and a little bit about the workshop with you today. Just as soon as my presentation is ready. Thank you for the very comprehensive introduction. New Professionals is a UK-registered healthcare recruitment agency, and how this kind of features into the conversation today is that our foundation has always been driven by innovation. So when we incorporated the company in 2013, we made a very conscious decision to run all of our operations remotely. And that allowed us to source talent from every part of the world, and at present we have a workforce of 80 staff spanning across 11 countries and 4 continents. We weren't limited by the catchment area of a headquarters in the UK, and so we were able to drive that innovation and bring the best of the people that we were looking for. Now, during the period leading up to COVID, that was potentially a little bit looked down on, because our clients always expected us to come and see them at their headquarters, so they never had the need to come to see us in London. And all of our candidates were based internationally anyway. And so having conversations where you needed to explain that you don't have offices pre-COVID was very, very unusual. But COVID changed the world. And I remember having conversations with my colleagues who worked for big oil companies and were very successful, very senior leaders in their fields, who would struggle to get a sign-off to work from home just 1 day a week or 1 day a month. And then COVID came and changed everything. And where our competitor agencies struggled to adapt and furnish all of their staff with equipment, with computers, with health and safety aids, we were operational. So we had that edge of innovation, and we were about 6 months ahead of anyone else. It was business as usual for us, and that was really, really lovely. The other side to it was working with governments. So our recruitment agency would work with governments of innovative sourcing countries in ensuring that the recruitment doesn't actually cause any deterioration to the sourcing country. And for instance, in Eswatini, we worked with the Ministry of Health, where we would recruit up to the cap of unemployment level. So during our initial conversations, the ministry identified that they had 400 unemployed nurses, despite having a shortage, and we organized recruitment drives to up to that cap, paused and re-evaluated. Everything that we talk about today, or that I would like to talk about today, centers on relationships and collaboration. And that's what leadership to me is. It's knowing yourself, knowing your team, and understanding how you can make the most out of your team. Super, thank you. The content of the leadership workforce that, leadership workshop I delivered previously is listed on this slide. And if anyone would like to have a copy of the full module, you are very welcome to have it free of charge, no strings attached. Just give me a shout via email or via WhatsApp after the presentation, and I will very happily share this with you. The content here is what, to me, is the most important when we're talking about leadership. So your foundation, understanding the style, your leadership style. What kind of leader are you? And you can be different leaders in different situations. I identify myself as a transformational leader. I can inspire people to associate themselves with my values and the values of the organizations that I create, build, and empower them to really live those values with me. But at the same time, I consider myself an authentic leader. I connect with people, and this is really the teams that I would like to start building. Strategic influence. The leader-member exchange relationships are also very important to understand when you are building teams, and who are your followers within your own organizations, within your own networks. Are you talking about active followers, engaged followers, disengaged followers, or pragmatic survivors? Team dynamics in female-led organizations as well. So you have various different types of teams. We're talking about working team, high-performing team, or pseudo team that appears to potentially be working as a team, but they lack structure and values and shared responsibilities. The next slide here talks about generation, next one. Leading across different generations. And I think that's one of the most popular topics in leadership right now. And it's how do you engage the workforce? And we have leaders of different generations here, so as a leader you might need to be engaging with younger generations, but also older generations. And being able to understand their intrinsic and extrinsic values is also exceptionally important in leadership. Everything, I see there's a duplication, apologies on the slide. Generation X and Generation Z, it's showing the same thing. But within the module, we're going to cover that in a lot more detail. So, sorry. Am I pressing the buttons? I think I'm going to use them. Okay, super. Throughout my leadership career, I've very much focused on recognition. Recognition for me is key to engaging your staff, and when you work with a remote team scattered across many countries and many continents, many of them never actually get to meet in person. And so it's very important to understand how to engage your workforce and how to recognize your workforce to really get the best outcomes possible. And all of these different experiences have led me to establishing a new organization here in Mauritius, and I'd like to introduce it to you now. Nous Étoiles, for those who are not Mauritians, Nous Étoiles means our stars in Mauritian Creole. And this is the first National Health Excellence Awards and Summit program. I believe that I have a very in-depth understanding of what the workforce, healthcare workforce, does for our community and the weight of responsibility they carry on their shoulders. And one example I would like to bring up, we were recruiting palliative care nurses in Spain in 2015, so 10 years ago. And yet the story stayed with me, and it gives me goosebumps every time I share this story, and I must have shared it a million times now. This young, beautiful nurse, full of compassion, about 3 years into her work experience, comes in to the interview and says to us, you only get to give your patient the death that they want once. You get one opportunity at getting it right. If your patient is in a hospice and that's where they would like to be, that's where they would like to pass away, then you prepare everything to make that happen. And then in their last moments, they change their mind. They would like to be at home with family. You need to move heaven and earth to make this happen. And what happens when you don't get there on time? And to me, that example beautifully describes the weight of responsibility behind what we see as public, behind what we think the nurses and the doctors and the healthcare assistants do. And so I would like to create that sense of pride for our healthcare workers in Mauritius, and it's something that we do in the UK very well. And really give them the spotlight, the ability to be seen, to be recognized, to be appreciated, valued, and celebrated. And I would like to, the nominations are going to open on the 11th of November. You are very welcome to visit our website. Let me just very quickly share with you the categories. We are looking to recognize both clinical and non-clinical staff, because healthcare assistants and accountants and the procurement teams, they are all part of the ecosystem, and they all contribute an enormous amount to really ensuring that our health and social care sectors operate efficiently, and that everyone has the opportunity to deliver the best care and the best services possible. And just lastly, I know Dr. Samira has given me a warning, and my time is up. So very quickly, I'd love you to join our webinar where we can talk a little bit more about what it is that we are hoping to achieve and how we'd like to bring the community into this project as well. So you as community members can nominate your health providers if you feel they are doing an amazing job, if you'd like to express your appreciation, and then the healthcare workforce can also submit peer nominations. So thank you very much. I'll very quickly share my details. If you would like to have a copy of the executive leadership workforce, I would welcome to hear from you. Thank you so much.
I need to take the lift for this. Yeah. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please louder round of applause for Madam Edita. And I believe beautiful opportunity here with what I saw so many people interested taking the pictures, and please do not forget the very aim and objective. Thank you, Madam. The very aim and objective of this gathering today is networking. It's very important during your tea breaks, during the time that you get, not only take photos and selfies in front of the slide, checking it at, yes, yeah, you guys following, nice. Yeah, but do also exchange ideas, contacts. That's what we look forward to. And ladies and gentlemen, to make it even happier today, we do have our famous lucky draw. And I can tell you that we have some fantastic prizes lining up. And we would like you to please have your ticket, with which you must have received while doing the registration early morning. And we will soon have the raffle and see what are the numbers coming as one. So among the different prizes, I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that we do have various vouchers, training, spa session. I believe you all need it at the end of the year. And it would be great also, we are this beautiful hotel. I don't know if at least we could get like a day pass. Do we have something like this? No? Is the GM of the hotel here in the room? No. Do we have something related? Yes? Wow. Oh my. Okay, I see here one night, all inclusive. Not for one, but for two. And these will be, of course, be the price which we will announce like near 5 o'clock, when you will be eager to reach home. But we'll try to keep you as far as we can connected. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, is someone who doesn't need any introduction, but I'm being paid to do my job, so I will do it. A very good friend of mine, and whom I consider an elder sister, but let's go formally introducing her. Ladies and gentlemen, coming for her Opening remarks will be Dr. Samira Chatan-Koirachi. And Dr. Samira is the founder and CEO of SafeSha Training Center Limited in Mauritius, a recognized leader in women's empowerment, digital skills training, and entrepreneurship. She serves as the Mauritius chapter lead for Women in Tech Africa for 9 years now, and is an international mentor for the Sherry Blair Foundation. With over 19 years of experience, Samira has won numerous awards for mentoring and coaching women entrepreneurs, promoting gender equality in tech, and fostering STEM opportunities for girls and women. She holds degrees and doctorate from Putra University in Malaysia and the University of Southampton, balancing her professional achievements with family life and active roles in business and community leadership in Mauritius. I believe she is the reason why we are all here today. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome on stage Dr. Samira.
Mr. Vimal Gangadin, CEO Mauritius Telecom, Natasha Aude, Franklin Covey, Indian Ocean, Denis Morgan, advisor, strategic advisor for SafeSha Training Center, representative of Xerox, dear sponsors, distinguished guests, panelists, students in the room, members of the press, a very good morning. As the Mauritius chapter lead for Women in Tech Africa, it's my honor to welcome you all. And we are very much dedicated to empower women across the continent by fostering leadership, innovation, and inclusion in technology, and this is the theme for this year. This is why when you attend Women in Tech Africa conference, you would see that it's not only about tech, it's not only about AI, cybersecurity, but tech, it's in all the different sectors. So we need tech in leadership, we need tech in health, we need tech as a student, we need tech in social enterprises. So this is why when you are here for Women in Tech Africa, you have different people in the room. And like Dilesh mentioned, it's very good to network, to know these people, learn from them, see how we can support each other. And this is very important, and this is what Women in Tech Africa's community is. Cette année, notre thème se concentre vraiment sur la promotion de l'innovation en Afrique à travers l'IA et le leadership. Une vision qui reflète non seulement le rôle croissant de la technologie de nos sociétés, mais aussi l'impératif pour les voies diverses de diriger ces transformations. So in alignment with this vision, So today we are here to launch a very special, thank you. So today I'm very thrilled to announce something that I've been working for long, working together with, that's why I've been mentioning since the morning, a very strategic person in the company. And it's something that we're passionate about, and we come across her like it was meant to be, and things went so far, so quick, and we just had like 2 weeks to prepare something and announce it. So this was the best moment, I think, to launch this. You're going to see it. So without no delay, so let's. Announcement. So the official announcement is Franklin Covey. The representation here in Mauritius is done by our company, Safe Shot Training Center and Women in Tech Africa. So here's the logo. I'm sure some of them have seen that logo. So now we are the sole representative here in Mauritius to deliver this training, and the best is that they've launched this year Leadership and AI. Donc, l'intelligence artificielle au service du leadership humain. Donc, Franklin Covey Global Leadership Development Programs focus on cultivating courageous and clear leadership skills that are essential in today's AI-driven world. The emphasis on personal and organizational effectiveness resonates strongly with our goal at Women in Tech Africa to empower women to lead boldly, influence positively, and innovate relentlessly. En collaboration avec Franklin Covey, sorry, I'm doing the speech in French and English so that everyone can understand. And I know it's live, so Franklin Covey, I think some people are listening as well. So, en collaboration avec Franklin Covey, nous allons équiper les femmes leaders à Maurice et au-delà avec les outils et les connaissances nécessaires pour naviguer dans les complexités de la technologie et du leadership du XXIe siècle. Like I mentioned before, supporting this vision and strategic initiative is Mr. Denis Morgan, which is not only the co-founder of Safe Shot Training Center, but also the strategic advisor whose insight and quiet leadership has been pivotal in shaping this partnership. He's someone who works often really in the silent, in the background, but yet today we are delighted that he's chosen to step into the light, to share his perspective with all of us. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll welcome Denis to give a brief description about this launching today.
Thank you, Samira. So, as you see, I'm not used to be in front of people to do speeches. I usually do trainings. I'm more at ease doing training than doing speeches. So, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Samira, for that wonderful introduction. And thank you for Women in Tech. Africa Community for creating this platform that celebrate not just technology, but the people who bring to life. That's the purpose of Women in Tech Africa. For the past few years, I had the privilege of working quietly, building bridges between learning, leadership, and technology, to ensure that organizations across the Indian Ocean don't just adopt digital tools, but evolve into digital cultures. When we founded Safe Shot Training Center, our vision was clear: to make a world-class leadership development accessible, scalable, people-centered, empowered individuals and organizations to grow through learning that inspires action and impact. That's why today, announcement with Franklin Covey is no more than a partnership, it's a movement. A movement to equip leaders, teams, organizations with the mindset and skills to lead in an AI-driven world without losing their humanity. Because leadership in this era is not about managing systems. It's about inspiring people. It's about combining technology with trust, intelligence, and with empathy, and the speed with purpose. high-stake moment, ladies and gentlemen. A leader's attention to human factors can make or break organization ability to harness this powerful new technology. Today, Franklin Covey proudly announced our strategic alliance, becoming the leadership performance partner to organizations across the Indian Ocean and Africa, helping them create disruption-ready leaders to maximize their impact and take control of their future. So, without further delay, I would like to call Natasha Harder, who is the representative of Franklin Covey in Indian Ocean, to give us his speech. So, thank you very much.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. I'm Natasha Hardin from Franklin Covey Indian Ocean. En français, ça donne Natasha Hardin de Franklin Covey. À vous de voir. So, good day to you all. As I was preparing to meet you today, I couldn't help reflect on my own computer studies back in the early 1990s, as you saw. And as a girl from the Queen Elizabeth College here, representing you today, I was one of the first to form part of the first batch in Mauritius to be introduced to computer science. And here I am today, standing before you with awe and humility, the women tech in Africa, as I deliver this speech, which is not AI generated. The more I've spent time with AI, the more I realized that this is not just a rule-changing challenge. It's a human challenge, and therefore a leadership challenge. Leaders play a pivotal role in transforming AI's promise into tangible results, human-centric results, because trust, communication, and collaboration remain the timeless differentiators. Organizations that master human side of AI along with the technical side will be the ones that will win. We, as human beings, are wired to disrupt. In fact, disruption is the most powerful change of our lifetime. With the advent of AI, leaders are called upon to be positive disruptors and to show how to question it by grounding every decision in timeless principles of effectiveness, guidance, guided by the vision and stated mission. They have to show how to say the brave no to persistent, effective results through the consistent disciplines of execution. They also need to do the scary yes when doubt invades and instill trust instead. They will have to show how to ask for more by engaging people to embrace digital transformation in their work. And finally, they need to own the win with integrity and pride by celebrating early successes and replicating them across the organizations. So Denis and Samira, let's disrupt everything and innovate with impact together. Thank you.
Can I have Mr. Vimal on stage who would like to present you something?
Now, I believe these are beautiful opportunities and prérequis qui peut être offert pour cette édition, 9e édition de Women in Tech Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move to the first keynote panel with the title Women Driving AI Innovation. Now, it's going to be a beautiful one, not only for the title, but also the panelists with their background experiences which they will share, and also putting forward what's happening now. So in the meantime that we will have our stage set to welcome the panel, ladies and gentlemen, please bear with me as I present the panelists and their bio. So I would like to take the permission of our chief guest for this morning, Mr. Vimal Belkadi, if I can present your bio at last, starting with what we say ladies first. Yes, thank you very much, sir. So she will be joining us on stage as the panelist, and she is Joanna Kerpanen, who is a creative and visionary person dedicated to provide artistic design, personalized service, and exceptional workmanship. Holder of a degree in management at the University of Technology, Mauritius. She has more than 10 years of experience in sales and marketing, dedicated in office furniture and space management. Joanna had the opportunity to work with well-established local companies and on prestigious projects. During this time, she has developed relationships with a number of community professionals and suppliers. With her new role and challenge, Joanna will oversee all aspects of the design process and all business operations. Her background brings a keen eye and sensibility to the smallest detail in her work. And I believe this is what women usually do. Her background, Joanna, responsibility include all aspects of establishing business, marketing, buying, and financial dealings. Joanna is today the co-director of Furniture, Elegancy and Interior Design Limited since 2013, and the Chair Mauritius Limited since 2020. Both companies aim in providing quality local-made furniture along with a dedicated customer service. May I call Madame Kabanen to join the stage? A round of applause, please. You'll be joining the first seat here. Thank you very much, Madame. Just like Joanna, une autre habituée des éditions de Women in Tech is Sanjana German, who is a co-founder and CEO of Oxygen Digital, a marketing agency with more than 4 years of existence that help businesses and brands tell their stories and grow through online platform. Her journey started with a passion for creativity and technology, which soon turned into a mission to make digital tools more accessible for businesses in Mauritius and across Africa. Last year, she joined the YALI Southern Africa program, and earlier this year, she had the opportunity to travel to the US as part of the Mandela Washington Fellowship, representing Mauritius among young African leaders. In 2024, she received the Women in Tech Africa Entrepreneurship and Innovation Gold Award. Today, Sanjana continues to inspire others by showing that leadership is not about titles, but about taking action, learning continuously and uplifting others along the way. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome on stage Sanjana and help me to welcome her with a big round of applause. Thank you. We will next have as a panelist Nazlin Kolimbokus with a 25-year digital journey and has witnessed technology's evolution from enterprise system to today's AI-driven era. With expertise in digital adoption and people development, one of her roles is to guide businesses in harnessing innovative AI and agentic intelligence to leverage business growth, enhance user experience, and augment quality of service at an increasing client satisfaction ratio, hence unlocking sustainable value in the whole ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome on stage the Managing Consulting from Spoon Consulting Limited, Nazlin Kolimbokus. Now, we are very pleased, sir, to have you among us today, and I believe it will be a great opportunity not only for the panel, not only for the moderator, but for each and everyone sitting here attending the 9th edition of the Women in Tech Africa in Mauritius. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed honored to present Mr. Vimal Gangadin, the CEO of Mauritius Telecom, taking office in April 2025. He has over 20 years of global experience in digital transformation and innovation, particularly in telecommunications and advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence. Before joining Mauritius Telecom, Mr. Gangadin was the CEO of GiveMe, a technology event company based in Singapore, where he led AI solutions and deployments across Asia, Europe, and America. Mr. Vimal holds a bachelor degree in computing from National University of Singapore and is an alumnus of Collège du Saint-Esprit in Mauritius. Returning to Mauritius after 25 years abroad, he aims to position Mauritius as a regional technology hub and drive the company's digital transformation with a focus on innovation and AI. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome on stage Mr. Vimal Gangadin. Now, she has been given this amazing task of moderating this beautiful panel, ladies and gentlemen. Fatima Karamtali is an innovation executive at the Mauritius Commercial Bank Limited, leading initiatives at the intersection of innovation, AI adoption, digital transformation, and emerging technologies. With over 12 years of experience spanning artificial intelligence, automation, and software development, she brings deep expertise in driving transformative technology solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Fatima as the moderator of our first panel titled Women Driving AI Innovation. May I please request my sound engineers to share the wireless mics, and very especially to our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, as all panel, we will allow you time to present your ideas, sharing questions, and I will request you to already have your note and be direct to the question and addressing it very specifically to the person you wish to. But for now, moderator, all yours.
Hello everyone, and a very warm welcome to this incredibly important discussion. Today we are moving beyond the hype to discuss real-world AI adoption, the challenges that we must overcome, and the immense opportunities that awaits. And I'm honored to be joined today by this exceptional panel of leaders who have been making AI innovation happen on the ground. So now let's dive in. I would like to ask our panelists to set the stage for us. Joanna, perhaps we can start with you. From your unique industry perspective, what is the most significant and tangible impact AI has had on your business?
Thank you for the question. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Joanna Kepanen. I'm the co-founder of Furniture Elegancy and Interior Design Limited since 2013. And later on, we created the Chair Mauritius Limited. So to answer to your question, our factory is fully automated. So since the production stage, we use the AI to optimize our production. So there is no wastage and less human error. And eventually, we try to implement AI in our admin part as well. So we started with using ChatGPT. I think it's the most common one nowadays. Just to restructure the language we use with our customers and try to automate the process. And we use also lots of Canva for the visual. And I must say, with all humility, that we are quite proud to be, a Mauritian company and using like the technology and the process like companies like Steelcase or IKEA today. So it is to make the production process be. We are using AI tool to make it more smarter and sustainable at the same way.
Thank you, Joanna. It's nice to see how AI is making improvement in industries we thought were fully traditional today. Vimal, want to add something?
Yeah, I think you mentioned about ChatGPT. Who is not using ChatGPT? It's like, it's not who's using, but who's not using. So I don't see any hands up. So that's generative AI, right? So that's the word that's being used, and that's the topic that we're talking about. It's just taking a few years, right, for this technology, for like AI becoming real, becoming tangible, for us all to be able to use it. It's just taken a couple of years for this, like, for us to be here today. And at Mauritius Telecom, we're wanting to position us as a company that is, number one, experimenting, and then adopting AI very fast. The truth is, and that's probably good news as well, is like no company out there in the world, not even those in the US, really at the forefront of technology, have really fully mastered the potential of what the future of work will be. So I'll give you one example where we are seeing very much of a tangible benefits with the usage of AI. And that's to do with, and that's also like a cool thing to say these days, it's about vibe coding. Have you heard about vibe coding? So to code, to program, so you had to go to school, learn computer science, engineering, and then you program. And it's not so easy to program. But these days, with lots of the tools that are available, ChatGPT is the one that gets the limelight because that's what's in the news. But there's plenty of other tools out there. GitHub Copilot, for that matter, where you can just type in English or even speak in English and you get code generated for you. So at the beginning, like around 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago, that piece of technology was still very crude, with not much of tangible impact. But I think it has already matured now, where at Mauritius Telecom today, we are encouraging vibe coding. And we're seeing massive productivity gains. One specific example is, you know, like we have apps, mobile apps, which are on Android. So then Android changes from this version to another version. And then you have to upgrade the whole code base to make that happen. So you can do it manually, or you can just do it through AI. And we did that as an experiment, like a really top engineer on our side, saying, nope, I'm not going to use AI, I'm going to do it myself. And he does it, and he does it beautiful, he does it well. He takes 2 weeks to convert one app from one version to another. Another one, medium-level developers say, well, I'd love to leverage on AI. And he completes 3 apps within less than a week. And then with the same output, right? So AI is, I think that's the power that we're getting with AI and the kind of productivity gains that we can look at. And that's one of the things that we're looking at. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thanks, Vimal. So my next question is, what is the most, what are the real use cases that you have seen or led within the organization?
Thank you so much, Fatima. So I'm Sanjana, like Dilesh did the introduction earlier. So I come, he already mentioned that Oxyzen today exists since 4 years, and I've been in business since 10 years now. So I've grown with technology, AI, and today AI is, let's say, at a turning point where we need to see where we should use it, how are we going to use it in our day-to-day life, in the agency life. So coming up with how do we use it today, I won't lie, everyone uses ChatGPT today, like Vimal just asked the question, who's not using? Everyone is using, but how many of you is using ChatGPT Pro? That's the real tool. That's the real side of ChatGPT. Those who have ChatGPT Pro will know the difference between the free part and the paid side, especially if you know how to use it effectively. For example, at Oxyzen, what we did, by trial and error, we tried and created, I won't say created, but it's rather than fine-tune each project, each channel for ChatGPT to speak the same language of clients we are handling. So they are speaking the same language as each brand is communicating, because at the end of the day we are speaking to people, to real people, so we need to make sure that whatever is being given to us, whatever output, whatever input and output is being given, it corresponds to the brand languages. So in terms of the different aspect is we deliver strategy to clients, brand strategy, online strategy, social media management, content creation, so video, photos, retouching. Sometimes we don't even have photos. We need to create visuals to match. So we use all these through AI tools. So we have Midjourney. For strategy, I recently tried I needed to do a report in 30 minutes time to analyze data from Google Analytics, from what has been done in the past, what are the new figures since the website launch. So I just screenshot the graph from Google Analytics. I pasted it in ChatGPT Pro. I asked ChatGPT to compare these two data and give me points which have been ameliorated, which are working now, and where do we need to put more effort, so we know exactly what worked, what didn't, and as well as what are the steps that you would do as a website designer or website SEO, expert in SEO. What are the steps you would do? So ChatGPT today is giving you all these analytical side as well as the steps that you can do. So that's kind of just a winner for us. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Sanjana. Maybe Nazin, you can tell us more about the projects that you've been leading at Spoon.
Sure. Hello, everybody. So, as has been introduced, I'm Nazin from Spoon Consulting. I would like first to brief you about Spoon Consulting, and then we'll go about the amazing success story. We have already heard from Sanjana, Joanna, and Bibel. I'll drive you through the success stories of other clients from Spoon Consulting. Spoon Consulting is technology strategist. We have 7 offices in Kenya, France, Mauritius, and 4 in Madagascar. We are a pool of 300 consultants certified to serve over 200 clients internationally and locally. Okay. As a cloud integrator and a digital transformation partner, we provide best solution to our client software and support their digital transformation, leveraging their business return of investment. It can be Oracle Cloud, Salesforce, Microsoft, MuleSoft to drive growth and innovation. This year is very special for us. I'm thrilled to share with you, we are celebrating our 20 years of service at Spoon Consulting. We acquired deep insight in business process and expertise to help clients identify use case to embed AI into their digital journey and strategic vision, what we called reasoning as a service. When we talk about AI today, we usually heard the terms AI, generative AI, and agentic AI. I would like to share with you how to make the difference. We can picture AI as a tree and generative AI as one of its branch, which create content like videos, what Sanjana has told. It mimics text, images, or even code, mimicking human creativity. Agentic AI is one evolution of the generative AI. It not only creates content, but it also acts autonomously and make decisions completing tasks. You can also imagine agentic AI like a receptionist who receives you, understand your request, and then call for the relevant department to answer, to give you what you required. We have customers in different industries, hospitality, insurance, banking, communication, energy, empowering them with AI to enhance efficiency, decision making, and customer experience. This is our aim. Let me share a few success stories. We have one finance team struggling with manual invoice processing, turned to automation. What used to take 7 days is now taking 1 hour. And their monthly closing, which usually take 12 days, is being done in 3 days. Another success story, we have Agent Force, which automatically identify policy coverage based on claim detail. We have a solution called Doc Mana. Doc meaning document, Mana meaning magic. So it's magic on document. Like we heard from Joanna, everything is automated. At our client also, we provide the AI solution so that it can classify and manage document. While chatting later on, I will not take time, we can discuss on the different solution. So our travel and insurance customer now process claim in 4 days instead of 4 months. We all have an insurance policy. You know when you send your claim, it usually takes months to come to you. But now this is feasible in less time. We have also one branch of our company which look at the mobility side. It's a tool that manages pictures and provide customized forms that automatically feed data from, like you are on a field service. I'll give you an example, like you are taking, you are responsible for repairs of houses, and you'll have to take pictures to say what is to be repaired exactly. And we provide a form customized to that business, so that the information on the form can be automatically uploaded into the ERP. So it reduced by 80% the administrative tasks that we have to do. Thank you. I have a lot like this to share, but we'll keep it for the break. We'll go on the next question.
Okay. Thank you, Nazlin, for these beautiful stories. So we've seen that AI brings a lot of promises, but we all know the journey is not always smooth. So that brings me to my next question. As a leader, what is the single biggest challenge that you have faced, be it technical, cultural, or financial, when leading these AI initiatives?
Okay, thank you. We know technology is evolving fast, but mindset takes longer. From my experience, the biggest challenge is about the client company rules and regulations, where even if we are ready to embrace AI to leverage our business, it takes time for policies to get amended so that we can embed the AI strategy. So it requires internal approval, etc. There is also the natural hesitation about security and control of how our data will be shaped, presented, but success always depends on people.
Thank you, Nazlin. Jana, you want to add something on mindset?
Yes. In fact, Nazlin mentioned the key word, which is mindset. And from my side, the biggest challenge has been eventually to change. That is, you know, you're not a tech person, you're not in IT, so you have the fear that you might not be able to cope with it. So I had to work on myself a lot to let go of fear and embrace curiosity. So it was one step at a time. So I selected one application and tried to learn about it so that eventually later on I can empower my team to embrace the change in AIs as well.
I'd like to add to that. So we are talking about fear. I think 1 year back when ChatGPT came in the nature, everyone was questioning, will AI take our job? So that fear still exists. I've seen it in my team. I've seen it in people we meet. I've seen it in clients we work with. I would like to say that when I started using AI, it was not just me, it was the company. So what I learned, I made sure that my team understands and know exactly the steps that I'm doing in order to save time and to make AI, let's say, to prompt correctly so that we get the good output for the client. So that part of learning journey, of making sure that it's not only you, it's your team, you are using it alongside, the client is aware, AI is here, how are we going to use it? That's really important part of the journey in leadership and business adaptation using AI. As well as we should not, like I mentioned earlier, we should not forget that we are speaking to people. So when we are speaking to people, we need to make sure that we are speaking their language. And that's a huge challenge for us because we work with different types of clients. Some are based in Mauritius, some are based in France, some are based in the African continent. So we just need to make sure that we are speaking their language, because sometimes ChatGPT can go kind of delulu and just bring out all sorts of information in front of you. So when I'm talking about language and as well as stats, the stats, it's us people who are bringing the stats in, and we need to make sure that we are aligned with all this. And I would like to share one more thing. Yesterday, Joanne and I, we were in a workshop, and we were given a task for 30 minutes to analyze a company. The company wanted to go to international market, and they had like a case study in front of us, and we had 30 minutes to analyze the data and prepare a presentation. And what we did is exactly, so we went on ChatGPT, our team members, each one were doing different part of the task were being given, and we were discussing. The other team at the next table, they were just laughing, they were enjoying, and they were waiting for coffee break, where's the coffee, we are done. And we were like, okay, our presentation will be the best because we were working it on Canva. And then when the other team presented, I was like, wow, their presentation is better than mine. I'm from the design part. How come the presentation is better? And then during the coffee break, I approached one of the team members and I asked them, how did you do? They use Gamma. So it's just the knowledge of one platform. You never know where it can bring you, let's say, luck. And for you just to save time, to deliver what it should be within the time. Because if you are not embracing AI today, let's say we are in Mauritius today, we are not embracing AI, our competitors in Africa, in Singapore, in EU, in America, they are using AI. So we are competing against the world. Why not we start today? Let's bring AI to our company. Let's bring AI to our day-to-day leadership phase. So everything we are doing, bring AI to it. Let's see how we can optimize our time with AI. Thank you.
Yep. Who's scared of AI? Nobody? I'm scared of AI. One hand over there, 2 hands, 3 hands. So I think we should be scared of AI. Like, you will be hearing, we will be hearing lots of stories like this. Like, you have plenty of stories around performance gain, productivity gains, or even, like, for example, an amazing presentation that gets down from 3 hours to 30 minutes to now, what, 3 minutes, right? But that's the danger. That's the danger that we're going to be dealing with. And I think for lots of you who are having a mindset of being cautious, I think you're on the right path. You should be cautious with whatever else that we're talking about, all the noise that is happening around AI. Having a cautious approach, I think, is important. But being able to adapt, that's also very important. And you spoke about adaptability here. So what we're doing at our own organization, and what I would encourage everybody to do, is really to experiment. Like I said, nobody has figured it out, right? We're still at the beginning of this journey. The scary thing is, whatever piece of magic that we're seeing today, this is the worst of the state of the technology that you're going to be seeing. Because next month, it's going to get better. 1 year later, what will happen? Have you ever thought about 10 years later? If all of this has happened for the past years, what will happen in 10 years' time? What will happen to your job? If you're scared of your job, my message is you should be scared, right? There's no sugarcoating what's going to happen. There's no sugarcoating the future of work. And I think we should be experimenting. We should be adapting. So much so that what we are doing, one of the initiatives we're doing here, is we built a tool because we think, you see, under ChatGPT, underlying ChatGPT, the technology is really cool. We call it generative AI, but it's really at this point in time it's called large language models that is powering these. And now there's large language models that can be open source as well. So we now have the capability, you have the capability to build technologies. So we've built a version of that because we want to have a certain level of control of that, so we call that MightyGPT. So MightyGPT, and we're deploying that now next year in schools. Because we think, like, who's going to uncover the future of work? Like, we are amazed with what's possible right now, but our kids in primary school, this is normal for them, right? Our kids in secondary school, this is all normal for them. So if you're a parent, next year you're going to have an opportunity to learn from your kids. Because in fact, that's a side benefit that we want to bring about with this initiative, as we want to go national with that. But with the whole intention of really sensitizing people, demystifying AI, and then to see practical use cases. But end of the day, the differentiation is going to boil down to really what makes us human, right? Really, like, for example, when we get a presentation done in 3 minutes, where's our touch in there? When we put our personal touch in there, when we are able to, in a way, guide the AI, guide the machine to be able to deliver what we want, that's going to be the beauty. So it's really the human AI collaboration. So my suggestion is, like, we shouldn't give away too much of the power to the machine.
So let's just quickly wrap up. One last question, but really quick. So where do you see the biggest potential for women entrepreneurs or startups in the AI space?
I would like to respond to that question because AI is here, it's free, it's for everyone. I think what we all here need to do, it's not just to create an account and leave it there or install the application on your phone. Try to see how you can use it. Try to experiment with it and then see which part of your task, of your daily task, you can bring that app in or bring that platform in and try to optimize your time every day. Because like I mentioned, we are competing against the world, so it's not just us. So that would be from my side.
For women entrepreneurs and startups, AI presents a unique opportunity as business grow. We'll have to increase efficiency. We'll have to go to automation. It might be open doors for you to spend time to new products while you have AI support. And also the most important thing, with AI, you will be able to free time to really focus on what matters most. It can be your personal growth, spending time with family, or expanding your business.
So we had women in tech, right? So sometimes I get asked that a lot. What are you going to do for women at the organization? I'm like, yeah, but why is somebody else not asking me what are we going to do for men at the company? It's like we can't just be looking only at certain demographic. But if you look at why women in tech came about, and rightly so, and which is why I'm here myself, fully support the initiative, is because there's less women in technology. There's an imbalance at the leadership level. These are all facts, right? There is a lack of opportunities sometimes, and that's why there's the need to push for women in tech. I think with what we're dealing now with AI, there's plenty of opportunity, where lots of these things could be bridged. There's lots of advantages that women bring on the table. Right? I spoke about the human AI collaboration. Empathy is going to be one of the key values in terms of how we produce solutions, we build products, and women excel in that, isn't it? If you look at it from a factual perspective, lots of women have not been getting certain opportunities or have had stops in the career because women go on maternity leaves. That's a fact. You have one child, you have two children, 3 children. Then that's why birth rates also have been going down. But then what's not to tell us now when you go on maternity leave, you can have an agent. You can have your agent that is compensating for you not being there, right? So again, I think we're still at the beginning of this. Like the future is for you to imagine. It's for us to imagine and for us to create it. And when I'm saying one agent to replace you, who's not to say that you could be on maternity leave with 100 agents doing your work, right? So we don't know where this is all leading, but I think there's plenty of opportunities ahead, and we should be experimenting.
I'll be quick, just to wrap up. I completely align myself with whatever had been said, and I will also add that there is no age to start learning about something, and there is also no shame about asking help. So if we're not at ease, there are plenty of experts, even here in this room, that can assist us. So we always talk about creating an ecosystem. So let's create an ecosystem of supporting each other. So if we're not at ease, we can always ask for help. Thank you.
Thank you all. So we have some time for a quick Q&A. Please feel free to raise your hand. We are happy to take your questions.
So I see one hand, 2 hands. Okay, we're running a little bit out of time, and I know I can hear some stomachs doing. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, everybody. Good day. Good morning. My name is Sandrine Ojong from Cameroon. I'm from the African Leadership College of Higher Education. So my question is for Mr. Vimal about the point concerning just conserving human qualities while using AI. So how do we utilize AI within our teams or organizations to still deliver quality work, but preserve essential human qualities that are usually the drivers of innovation, like critical thinking, problem solving, creativity? Because with how fast things are going, everyone just wants the fastest way out, and we never stop to really think about the effects this could have on us as individuals. Thank you.
I believe she must be given a big round of applause for coming with such questions. Now, sir, allow me to take the next question before answering this one.
No, let me just answer it, because
okay.
I have difficulty remembering. And it's a really good question, right? Thank you. So thank you for your question. I think we're going to have to figure it out, which is where we're at. Maybe I can share with you some of, I don't want to call it mistakes, but, and it's also not misuse, But that's what's happening today. You know, you can use ChatGPT to write beautiful emails now. So I get an email from somebody, and it's a beautifully written email, which is complimenting me, which is saying this and that, what we're doing and all that. I'm looking at that, I'm like, amazing, right? And then, you know, now you, just like with plagiarism, you can check. So now you can do an AI checker. So I say, okay, this is too good, right? So let me check. 100% written by AI. So imagine what happens now when you read this. It's like, does this feel authentic? I don't know. Maybe the person was authentic, but didn't feel that her writing was good enough. It was a member of the public, by the way. Was good enough, so the person used AI. So, but now when I realize that, I'm like, that diminished in terms of value for me. As opposed to another email that I get, 3 lines, and then you can see that it's poignant, right? So I think that's what we're going to have to be able to figure out. How do we keep that human element? Because this is what's happening in the corporate world today. People are writing 3 bullet points, throwing it in Gemini, in Copilot, having an elaborate email that goes out, like an expert email that goes out. But what you're not realizing, what's happening on the other end. You use Microsoft Copilot 365, there's a button called Summarize. The other person is summarizing the email. So it's back to the 3 bullet points again. So it's kind of a mess that we're living through right now. So we still haven't found the balance. So I'm not telling you an answer, I'm just telling you that we're on a journey right now.
Thank you so much. Adam?
Hello, everybody. I'm Kavita Lagapen from Mauritius Telecom. In fact, I have a question not for my CEO, but for Miss Sanjana or either Miss Nazlin and Joanna. Yeah, you are all using AI to automate a few tasks in your company. But I suppose if human workers have been replaced by the automation tool, how did you transition this replacement? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. To surprise you, I did not replace my staff with machine. In fact, we train them to make use of the automation of all the machine and to be more efficient in their work. As I mentioned earlier, there is less error, less wastage, and they have time to make the business run and get more business in. So I did not let go of my staff.
I would like to add to that. So from my end as well, Oxygen is a young company. We are 4.5 years now, and we are still starting. And for me, that human touch, it's still, I need it. I need it. We are talking to people, so I need human beings in front of me. Even if they are using AI, I think what makes a difference is the person is being able to use AI tools. So the person is, let's say, he or she knows how to use technology. So I need this type of people around me. Because today, everything, so since I work in digital marketing, so everything online is being written by AI. We can see it. The way people are consuming content, it's becoming more and more lazy. So people are not reading, they're just watching videos or just scrolling on their phone. So we need to see new ways how we can optimize our time and deliver more and more services rapidly. Because what we are posting today, tomorrow makes no sense. So in that way, we need to see where we can use AI. As well as last time we did a calculation in office. So if we are saving 30 minutes a day, in 1 year, it will be around 7 days. And 7 days means a lot. So you can do more tasks, or you can plan your holidays, or you can come and stay at Ocean Creek here. So we can do all these things. So we just need to see where and which task we can optimize in our everyday company life.
I would like to add on that exactly. AI is not here to replace human. On the contrary, it's here to amplify our talent to make most of it to support business process to its optimal. We gain average 69 days when we use automation. So it's here to help us to focus on other areas to grow and expand.
Now we have one last question, which I believe will be wrong if I don't allow this gentleman to put forward, because it's really very different from one we are talking. We're speaking a lot about the corporate world, industries, and so on. Gentlemen, please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Julian from Enable Morris, and I'm here with Wazim. I wanted to ask a question about the generative AI and its presentation of minority groups, and in particular, persons with disability. We see persons with disability not getting represented correctly by AI. We see wheelchairs that are made from triangles. We see hearing aids that look like robots coming out of the brain and the ear. When will this improve? When will it change? And how do we manage these issues in the meantime?
Thank you very much. I believe we will direct the question to Mr. Vimal.
Just because that's a difficult question, right?
Exactly, sir.
No, but it's a very important question. And there are some... It's really about inclusivity, right? So where we really have to ensure whatever we're building in an inclusive way. The problem is with the big tech companies, it may not necessarily happen in the meantime. But the good news is lots of companies, us included, Mauritius Telecom. So we have this as one of our priority in terms of making sure whatever we deploy is inclusive. So we're already doing it in terms of languages. We talked about education. So now, like, we're making it a point, like, for example, for students when they're learning physics, they could be learning that in Creole, for that matter. So we're already experimenting with that. That's working. There are lots of, but I think with generative AI also the promise is there's lots of technologies that are already available for certain segments that makes things easier. If you can't really hear, like for example in here, I believe you have a colleague who's probably having hearing difficulties. Now there are technologies that can transcribe whatever we're saying in real time, and then you can read it exactly. Yeah, that's what you're using over there. So fantastic, right? And then you can even get it translated as well, because I could be speaking in English, and then you get that translated in your own language. So these kind of things now are getting cheaper, more accessible, and getting available on your phone. And I'm pleased to see that you're already using that over there. So that's a great example. But I think there's more that can be done, and we should be doing. And having being questioned, having the relevant companies being questioned, I think that's the only way we can make progress. So thank you for your question. Yeah.
I would like to add to that. So this beginning of the week, when I was scrolling on social media, I saw there was a competition in Kenya targeting the young tech people, and someone came with an idea to make an app connected with AI and sign languages. And he won the first prize because it was new in the market and it's innovative. So I think what we need to do is we identify the gaps already in our organization. So in your organization, I knew quite well about it. So what you can do is just create this sense of give it to the new generation. Let them develop, let them create using AI. I think they are the ones who maîtrise AI more than us. So give them a tool to play. Let them play. Let the young one enjoy themselves creating apps, developing ideas on AI, and let's see what that can bring us, how we can support the community around us. Thank you.
Thank you all. So, my final words, let's keep driving innovation boldly and together. Enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Panelists and moderator, you'll be requested to please be on stage for a photo souvenir. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to remind you that was the Women Driving AI Innovation as the first keynote panel. Alors là, on a eu pas mal d'idées. On a vu les techniciens, les personnes qui utilisent tous les outils. Et si vous voulez venir avec ces idées en avant, n'hésitez pas. Comme a dit Sanjana, il y a vraiment des opportunités pour tout ceci. Mauritius Telecom is here to support those beautiful ideas for our entrepreneurs. I don't need to say more about it. The CEO himself put this forward. And we would like to thank each and everyone on the panel and the moderator. Big round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. May I please request you to join your seats? Indeed, honor and pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome this morning Honorable Anishta Baburam, Junior Minister of Health and Wellness, Member of Parliament. Welcome, Madam, to the 9th edition of the Women in Tech Africa Mauritius. Now, she doesn't need an introduction, but being myself from Rosebell, where she was elected top of the list, I must say that she has always been working for the interest of women in Mauritius, and from the appointed office that she has as a Junior Minister of Health and Wellness, we have already seen huge transformation of technology, be it AI or just simple technologies being presented to the health and wellness department, being in hospital, Medicare, or anywhere, name it, you'll find it. So I will request Madam Samira to please join me to welcome our guest of honor for this 9th edition of Women in Tech Africa Mauritius. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause.
Mr. Vimal Gangadin, CEO of Mauritius Telecom, Mrs. Natasha Auden, representative of Franklin Covey Indian Ocean, Mrs. Samira Chaten Koirati, who is the mastermind behind this event, distinguished guests, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I stand before you this morning in this very important conference that brings together so many women, but also some men. I think we can count on our fingers how many men we see this morning. But let me tell you that I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud because if men and women do not walk hand in hand, we cannot speak of change and we cannot speak of gender equality, not only gender equality, but also gender equity. Well, let's not confuse, because I'm not here as Junior Minister of Gender Equality anymore. I'm standing here as not only Junior Minister of Health and Wellness, but also as someone who believes that women can. today, we have a society that is evolving as quickly as possible in terms of technology and digitalization. And in this new world, some people call it a new world order. I don't know if it is a new world order or however you may wish to call it. What's important is that we have to keep moving together with this change. And we have to involve women in it. Why? Because women today constitute more than 50% of the Mauritian population. And around the world, also, women is in consequent number. So we cannot leave women behind, especially when right now, in our society, in Mauritius, we are saying that we are facing financial crisis. You cannot say you're facing financial crisis and leave 50% of the population out of the workforce, out of innovation, out of everything that is supposed to drive this country forward. That's why our government means business when it comes to women. And I'm very proud to tell you that women have their place in our society. The labor workforce is engaging more and more women nowadays. And speaking of the sector which I'm looking after right now, health, we have started working on what we call the e-health project. It has started on a pilot basis at the Flack Hospital, which we call Sage Hospital. It has already started. Training has started. We are training the staff to understand how the system works and how we can implement it. I must tell you that all the staff, including the doctors, the nurses, everyone, in fact, are very excited to get this working. However, we do get some resistance at some point because, you know, when we come with something new, there are always teething problems. And this is something new for many people. Yet, we managed to convince them that if you can use your mobile, you know how to send a message, you know how to go on Facebook, you know how to use TikTok and do lives and sell your products online. You should know also how to type and insert the vitals of someone in the tablet. So nothing is impossible. It is already being done in the private sector. It is already being done in private clinics. So why not in our hospitals? Why should people still be queuing up just for records? Why should people be queuing up just to get results? We are working in order to have results of tests as soon, medical tests I'm talking about, as soon as possible, because we know that at times this takes too long. All this does not happen overnight. All this can only happen if you have people who think about it, who have the will to bring this into reality. And I think that today, the person who is behind this conference needs to be recognized. And I will invite all of you to give a big round of applause for Samira Chatel-Koirati. It is often very easy just to come and sit here and listen to speeches and participate on panels and listen to other people talking. What's important is to also recognize the efforts that have been put this project, to make this a reality every single year, so that things can actually move, so that things can actually happen. I think I must say that I'm very proud of her. In fact, let me announce that Samira is the woman I have chosen to drive my women empowerment project in my constituency. And when she came to see me, I don't know if I even have a permission to say this in front of everyone, but I think you need to know. Because when she came to see me, she agreed to do this, and I said that we will find ways to do it so that you can get a financial reward. And do you know what she said? She does not need any financial reward, and if ever she gets any, it will be put in her projects, in the projects to do more women empowerment in the country and in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, very few people think about others nowadays. We live in a society where most people are selfish. Maybe because I'm a believer, I often attribute it to the fact that we are living in our last days on this earth. And people in the last days are meant to become more evil, not nice to others, more money-minded, not kind enough, not thinking about others, not caring for others. So when we find big gems like this, I think we have to value them, because there aren't many, unfortunately. On these few words, I would like to encourage all of you, women and men sitting here, because I believe together, hand in hand, we will bring this change we are so much looking forward to. I wish you a fruitful conference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Junior Minister Anishita Babumam. And we will, of course, present you a token of appreciation for joining us for the Women in Tech Africa Mauritius chapter, the 9th edition, and honoring the whole presentation, what you shared, your views, your values. That's indeed so nice to have you among us this morning. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now invite you for a tea break of 15 minutes. And I also encourage you to please not to forget to visit the different stands that are here, our sponsors, and people putting forward various and amazing services. We also invite you not to forget to network during your tea break. We will see you back in the room in 15 minutes. The tea break will be by the pool, but please do not go in the pool. All right. Thank you very much. See you soon.
Before mobiles, before internet, there was that one voice on the other end. And it was everything. When Mauritius discovered the internet, it wasn't just a connection. It was a window to a whole new world. We brought friends closer, gave love new ways to reach you, and made the island feel just a little smaller. Mauritian ambition took off. From boardroom to beach house. From bold ideas to brighter nights. From learning to leisure, every part of life seamlessly connected, a future of immersive learning and limitless connection. And we're already there with you. One life, many moments, all connected by something greater. Mauritius Telecom, always with you.
For today, and I will take you through the next part of our program, where we are, I don't know, fortunately or unfortunately, more than 55 minutes late. I just don't want to miss lunch. And we know hotels, they try to be very strict for the timing of lunch. I know some came for the lunch, including myself. Yes, so thank you very much to Network, very telling you and also visiting. I understand that we are getting some interesting giveaways if you are lucky enough from our sponsors and partners. But as usual, earlier I was saying some came for the delicious food, others came for the beautiful prices. So if you have your tickets with you, ladies and gentlemen, I will advise you to have it handy and watch well the numbers coming. And if Samira can help me for having this very important tool which I'm going to use. Yes. Can I confirm if everyone has at least one ticket? Just to wake you up, because I'm... Yes. Right. If not, you are requested to please meet the beautiful young lady here. And tout le monde, non? Là, on est en train de partager, là. It's not the winning ticket, I can assure you. So, among the interesting gifts which we have today will be Trésor, it's a pack. No Center here photography offering a voucher worth 7,000 rupees. That's for a photo shoot, isn't it, madam? That's for a photo shoot, yes. Photos nowadays are very, very important. If you still have a picture as a selfie on your LinkedIn, remove it right now and get a better one. Wow, we have Ocean Creek offering a voucher of Shanti Wellness. Déjà, le nom, c'est très attirant. Shanti is like calmness. 16% voucher for a 60-minute wellness activity, validity 6 months, before January 2026. MCB, one of our partners, is offering one book, which is Maurice Longtemps. I'm just assuring that everybody's back after tea. Can we check in the pool if anyone? No? Yes. EO Solution is presenting one gift pack from Instax. This is where you can find those cameras. We be the one to take out the number, or we are looking. On cherche une main innocente. Si la vôtre n'est pas. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present to you Mr. Yasin and the son of Mrs. Samira. Can we give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? He has been the one putting the banners, coordinating since yesterday. He always been doing this. Thank you very much. So let's see the number. It's a 3-digit number, 406 406, s'il vous plaît. Non, mais non. 406, une fois, deux fois, 406, 406, 406. No. Of course, you will need to show me your ticket. You do? Madame, where were you? Please come, join the stage. Yes. Why do you have 2 tickets? No, it's one. Okay, it's one. Okay. Please join on the stage. Yes. 406. C'est très rare pour une première fois, immédiatement là-bas. And that's gift pack offered by Trésor, one of our partners, sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. And the request will be also keep the ticket nicely with you, right? So, another one? Oh wow. So we are now going for the voucher worth 7,000 rupees from Madame No Scene Tire Photography. Non, mais c'est le numéro 1, il est là. Ok. 405, mesdames et messieurs. 405. 405. 405. 405, une fois. Pas tarder, get ce numéro, s'il vous plaît. Yes. 405, 2 fois. Non? Ok. Éliminé. Au moins, something else. Now, this is how we go round. 360, mesdames et messieurs. 360. 360. 360. Oh, wow! Félicitations! Lovely. And we request Mrs. Taye to please be on stage to present the gentleman with his voucher of... Yes, madam? Yeah. Please, madam.
Wazim here is one of my guests. He's from Enable Maurice, together with Julian. So Wazim is, I wouldn't say a deaf person, but he's a person with disabilities. But he's here, and Julian is the one translating the whole session for him, so that he can understand. So I think he deserves that gift.
I'm sure Julian will help him to understand exactly the photo shoot. Congratulations. Yeah. One more? Oh, so we are going for the Ashanti Wellness. 60 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we save using AI. $389. 389. Et pour vous dire qu'elle vient juste de prendre son ticket. Wow! Representing Spoon Consulting, which we would like to say a big thank you for always being by our side for Women in Tech. Applaudissements pour la demoiselle qui reçoit voucher de Shanti Wellness avec 15% de remise pour 60 minutes. Et là, on va... Celui-là. Okay, EO Solutions presenting one gift packed from Instax. So we are having the gifts also. Please come, madam. Come. Join the stage. EO Solutions, one of our partners and sponsors also for this beautiful event. Thank you very much. We now announce the number is 323. 323. 323. Validé. Bien sûr, rejoignez le podium, madame, mademoiselle. Wow! Instax Mini 12, ladies and gentlemen, presented by our partner and sponsor, EO Solutions. Congratulations. Madame is from which Video Solutions. Bravo. Let's move rapidly to the fireside chat. The title is Trust and Ethics in AI Development. Ladies and gentlemen, as I share the bio of panelists joining the stage, I will request the person to join also the stage. Presenting a first one of the panelists will be the Legal and Compliance Officer from Taylor Smith Group. Rigvi Ban Sudeb is the Data Protection Officer at Taylor Smith Group, where she leads the group's data protection and privacy compliance strategy with over 6 years of experience in data protection law. She holds an LLB and has pursued advanced legal studies, bringing a strong legal foundation to her work in data protection and privacy compliance. Help me to welcome Rigvi joining the stage. Thank you very much. We will request you to please join the second sofa from my side. The next lady joining us is Drishti. Drishti is the co-founder of Vroom, which is a social ride-sharing platform focused on sustainable mobility. She started out in front-end development and later transitioned into product design, where she blends both skill sets to foster better collaboration in tech. Honored with the Women in Tech Startup Africa Ball Award, she advocates for innovation and environmental responsibility practices within the industry. We welcome on stage Madame Rishti. And she's got a fan club. From Mauritius Telecom, can you please join the other one? Because you will be only, yes, thank you, Madam. From Mauritius Telecom, we will now welcome on stage Teswarik Kisto Ira, with over 15 years of international cyber leadership experience. Teswari has led large-scale programs across geographically dispersed and complex environments, with a focus on measuring cyber resilience in sectors including telecommunications, finance, hospitality, nuclear power, smart and cognitive cities, and the marine and logistic industries. She has collaborated closely with C-suite executives and boards to develop and implement effective cyber governance, create cyber risk quantification models, and lead a technology enablement initiatives. At Mauritius Telecom Group, Teswari plays a key role in building and running the security strategy, fostering cybersecurity as a culture, enhancing stakeholders' engagement, managing vendor relationships, and leading cybersecurity and data protection regulation compliance. A passionate advocate for a safer digital world, she champions ethical cybersecurity practices and actively volunteers to build global cyber skill, plus a strong supporter of women in cyber tech and leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, Madame Teswari. Thank you. Une autre habituée de notre édition de Women in Tech Africa Mauritius chapter, she will be moderating this beautiful panel. She is the consulting manager from T-Force Mauritius, Dia Mangar. Consulting manager, yes, you can applaud, at T-Force Mauritius. She leads UK, German, US, and Canadian payroll to benefits projects from medium to enterprise implementation. With over 15 years plus spanning finance, compliance, banking, business development, and IT project management, she is PMP certified and pursuing a master's in international business law. A Rotary member, certified healer, and passionate adventure and trail hiker. Dia champions women to embrace leadership, innovation, and balance in technology and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the Trust and Ethics in AI Development. And of course, we will allow questions after the panel has been chatting a little bit among themselves. Do not forget to keep your questions direct and as short as possible. Ladies, mics are on. Can we just give a little check? Very good. Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time to all the panelists joining for this second panel. Thank you.
Well, should I say good morning again to everybody? That's a really beautiful crowd. Okay, so imagine a world where AI makes decisions that affects our life every day. So that's pretty much the case now. From the apps we use to the services we rely on, to the opportunities we have, now imagine that AI didn't have trust or ethics guiding it. The consequences would be huge. So let's proceed with one question for our amazing panelists. So, if I say, when you hear the words trust and ethics in AI, what comes to you personally and professionally, if you could describe it? To start with, Wrigley.
Thank you for the question, Dia. For me, Dia, trust is about feeling safe. Feeling safe when sharing our information whether it's online or with an organization, it's knowing that it is being treated with respect. Our lives now are intertwined with data. From the message we send, from the search we make, or even on the apps we go on. So now we trust technology that maybe we don't fully understand or even fully see. Working in data protection, trust is both privilege and a responsibility. This is where we should be asking the hard questions. Are we being fair? Are we protecting people's dignity and rights to privacy? Ethics in AI is not about what AI can do, but what it should do. That is, not overriding human values. Thank you.
I would ask you the same question, Christy. So what does it mean for you personally and professionally?
So for me, it is accountability. So technology is moving fast nowadays, and trust, for trust, it takes time to build it. However, ethics is what makes us grounded. So trust and ethics are not abstract ideas. They are here in our everyday decisions. So they ensure transparency and also helps us clear doubts. So I would say that technology is less about sophistication, but more about the intention behind it.
Great. And Dishpari, I would love to hear from you. So what does it mean to...
I will only say it in one word, Dia, in one sentence rather. Trust is the foundation of AI, of innovation, of security that will last long.
Okay, that's big. Okay, so moving to Rigby, as someone overseeing legal compliance, you see the challenges companies face every day when implementing AI. My question to you for this panel will be, so what are some compliance challenges you see emerging with AI, especially around data privacy, consent, and accountability?
Thank you for the question. So one of the biggest challenge, I think, is the cross-border transfers, which happens in the AI system. That is, when you input your data on AI system, we don't really know where the data is flowing. It could be across countries. So we don't know whether those countries have similar standards in data privacy, consent, and accountability. When it comes to consent, now, from the very beginning, we all know the traditional way to ask consent is the one-time informed consent. But now with AI, the AI systems are evolving. So even organizations, they don't know yet what processing it will entail. So what happens about consent? So consent, I mean, people should be having more control and visibility about the processing of their data. So consent, rather than being static, should be dynamic. And when it comes to accountability, now it's all about transparency. Okay, the why, the how, the when, and also who. Who is accountable if anything goes wrong? Let's say, for example, there is a data breach or misinformation. To whom will the person go to? So is it the developer or the organization or algorithm? So that would be it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, of course.
What I want to add is, trust isn't about being put by technology. It is all about people and policies and how do we actually translate it in what we are putting into service. I believe that AI still is in the infancy stage. So we're all trying to figure out what we're going to do with AI, whether it will be for good or it will be for bad. Even if now we are trying to see what are the advantages, right? One of the challenges, maybe to add on what Rigby said, is the lack of accountability and lack of regulation that we have. You may know that we have the EU AI Act, which is one of the first which came, actually it was drafted in 2021 and came into 2024 for enforcement. But it actually failed because it was kind of hindering innovation. But what is happening now, they're trying to simplify the act, but without the compromising of the trust. So there's a lot actually, one of the important which you shared, but having the right regime of how do we use AI is very important.
Anything you want to add, Krishti, to it?
Well, I agree to what Tishwari said, because we don't know if AI is good or bad. So I believe that our input is important as well, to know if, to decide if it is good or bad, to be able to use it for the benefit of everyone.
Good, so Krishti, proceeding with you. As an entrepreneur building data-driven solutions, trust and ethics are central to your product and business. So what advice would you give to young innovators who want to create ethical and impactful tech products?
So I would advise that youngsters can start small but with intention. So you can't change the world on your first try. So when we started Room, we had different iterations. So it didn't happen in 1 year or 2 years. So it took a very long time before it was small actions, small features that made what Room is today. So what started as small intention has gone into something bigger now. And then I would also add that to be able to do innovation as it should be, there should be ethical innovation, not just innovation. So before trying to even with the good intention that we have behind, we can help a community by a small feature, or we can also include someone who's been left out by just having the good intention behind.
Okay. And would you want to add something to it?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Well, then I would have maybe a small question for you. Trust is crucial for startups. What strategies do you use to ensure your technology remain human-centric?
So what I have learned through my journey, so to be able to have technology remaining, staying human-centric, we need to involve people. So we connect with people, understand their motivation, their pains, and their hopes. With that, we will be able to do human-centric technologies.
Thank you. Deshpari, moving on to you. So your role at Mauritius Telecom ensures that data which fuels AI is secure and used responsibly. So data powers AI. How can organizations ensure it's used ethically while still driving innovation?
Great question, Dia. There's 3 words in the question. You mentioned of AI, ethical AI rather, data and innovation, right? So we all know that without data we don't have AI, okay? And we have to understand that ethical AI is not a barrier of innovation. It is actually a catalyst for meaningful and inclusive progress, right? And I think nowadays, AI-driven companies, they have understood that they need to have a balance between ethical AI and innovation. It shouldn't be merely seen as a compliance thing, that because of compliance we have to be ethically right, but it has to be seen as a trust matter that we are going to bring in whatever services and products that we're going to provide. This is what we're doing at Mauritius Telecom. Like you've heard of AGMIT GPT, and these are all that we've tried even new for us, we've tried to build in to make sure whatever we are presenting to the public, to the education sector, or internally being used, it is ethically right. So there's a lot of challenges, like we said, right? And there's a lot of things that need to be done to make it right. So one of them will be having the right data governance framework. So you should know what you're doing with the data, how you're collecting it, what are the policies, what are the right structure that you have. And then you need to prioritize about the data transparency and consent. You mentioned about consent earlier, which is very important when we talk about data protection. So how transparent we are, how people know that what we are doing with the data, what kind of terms and conditions you have, what kind of disclaimer you're putting, to be able to communicate that you're using their data rightly and taking the consent when it is required to take. And then you have to promote data minimization and purpose limitation, one of the principles of data protection, whereby you collect data only what you need. You don't take more than is required, and you use it only for the purpose that it is taken for. So you don't collect it for AI training and then you use it for marketing. This is against the law. The fourth point may be how you embed ethical reviews in your AI development. It goes technical, but this is something that you need to make sure it has. And also you have to invest in bias detection and mitigation. So continuous testing to make sure that the AI that you're using or providing as a service doesn't have any bias issue and has to be fair in itself. Next one, I would say fostering a culture of accountability. So from top to down, there has to be the culture of who is doing what, who is accountable, what we're going to do with the data, who has access to this, whether we are using it right. So a couple of these points at very high level, I think these are the things that is required to make sure that whichever system, AI, or services that we're coming with, it is grounded with trust.
Yeah. Thank you. Good. Well, this has been really insightful. And I would say before we open the floor to the audience, I have a final question for all of you, ladies. So if you could define trustworthy AI in one sentence or one word, what would it mean to you?
I will, for me, I will say just one word, which is transparency. I think with the word transparency, if people know what processing is being done with the information on AI system, I think this is where trust is built.
Great. Drishti?
So for me, it would be using transformative AI with empathy. So we have the skills to reason, to know what other information are being presented to us. So we can have a better view when using AI, how to interpret those information.
Thank you. And Tishwari?
There's a lot of words actually there, so I'm trying to find out what is the right word to elaborate on that. There's data security, there's privacy, there's trust. I think I'll go with what Rivit said. She said transparency. Transparency is key because we need to know and to share with the people that we're providing the service or that providing the, we're serving actually, what we're doing with the data, how correctly we are using it, whether it is in line with the law, whether we internally we are not abusing it. So transparency would be the word for me.
I see where you're coming from when you're saying there's a lot of words, because we have also like the users' rights, the principles of data protection. So we need to, the AI system should really cater for all these principles, all the users' rights, and other elements under privacy law. But as we agree, transparency is the first word to think of.
I'll go for transparency as well. Indeed. Well, I would say thank you to all of you three for responding to the amazing questions and your responses. And I would go to the audience, maybe Dinesh could see. So is there anyone who got any question for our panelists?
We've got one here. Yes? Only one? Okay, let's go for it. Madam, please present yourself.
Nishi from Mauritius. So my question is more about consumers. And we've talked a lot about consent, But today we have many apps which are using the data of consumers. And these clauses for consumers are very complex to understand when they're giving their consent. So they want to use the service, they just consent, and then they don't really know to what they've given their consent. So how can consumers be better protected when giving consent to use their data?
Okay, I can take it initially for you. There is 7 principles seven lawful basis principle of processing. And if any organization meet one of those principles, they are allowed to do processing. Consent is one of them. So you can process personal data based on consent or based on any other 6 principle or lawful basis, how we call it in the legal terms. Now, when we take consent, again, it is very clearly defined in the law that how the consent should be. Like it should be simple, clear when you're taking it. The person who is giving the consent should understand that they should tick box very rightly to say I'm taking consent to allow to do this particular service. So then it is as an organization, our responsible to make sure that for whatever consent they are giving, it is being tracked, recorded, because afterwards those consumers even have the right to come and withdraw the consent. So if we are not having the right records of it, then how you make sure that whenever they are coming back, you will be able to respond to their right that they have, right? So measuring, monitoring that, and keeping a track that you're not going out of that is very important for us, Mauritius Telecom, or for any organization. When they are taking consent as a lawful basis, they have to operate into that boundary. Maybe you want to add something as a data protection officer.
Okay, when we talk about consent, so we talk about explicit informed consent. And I think your question was about if people just click on agree and agree to all the privacy notices without knowing what they are actually agreeing to. Because to be honest, privacy notices sometimes are of 10 pages. So you will just agree to it without even reading it. So it is advised, it is recommended that you have a privacy notice without legal and technical terms, with plain terms, what we call human language, and then you can layer it. You layer it, you can start with something very simple, and then if a user wants to understand further, they can click more to learn more. And as I said earlier, even organization, because AI is evolving, even organization don't know how what the processing will be like yet. It's better to be more dynamic for consent. So for each processing, if things are changing, to constantly ask for consent. For example, you may be asking consent to input the individual's information on an AI system, but you should also make it clear, or even ask the consent of that person if you intend to modify it or do something else with it. I hope I answered your question.
Well, I would say thank you very much for this conversation. It has been really insightful with all the data and experiences. And to end with, I would say, today reminds us that trust and ethics are not barriers to innovation. They are the foundation of responsible AI. Thank you very much to Samira for this opportunity. Thank you very much to Ritti, Drishti, and Dishwari, and to the audience. And to end, I would say, in the Women in Tech, there's the men also, it's women. So the men are also included. And without the men, there's no success. So I would say it's a he for she. The empowerment goes to both of them. Thank you.
Indeed, very beautifully discussed this topic, ladies and gentlemen, as we move as fast as the connection of Mauritius Telecom provides. We are now going to the next one, which is going to be very, very, very interesting, especially for those looking forward how to, right? The next topic, ladies and gentlemen, is building agentic apps with Flutter and Gemini. This is going to be like a classroom now. So we are presenting on stage une autre habituée de l'édition de Women in Tech Africa Mauritius. She is Zahra Mujo, Mauritian software developer and freelancer who creates innovative mobile and web applications across diverse sectors. Passionate about technology and collaboration, she shares insights, builds meaningful solutions, and connects with people interested in impactful digital projects and partnerships. She has a very, very interesting presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome the young lady on stage. Round of applause, please. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, so I am Zahra and basically a software engineer and women tech maker ambassador. I write codes out of passion but also professionally. I specialize mostly into mobile and .NET development solutions. Today our topic is building agentic applications with Flutter and Gemini. With that, I will be able to show you how a powerful tool is Gemini, combined with Flutter, how you are able to create a new paradigm of user experience. Now, we'll be going beyond chatbots, and we will be exploring how applications can reason and act on behalf of users. Now, why agentic applications? Because it gives you more control. Why is that? Let's say I would take a small example of traditional applications. If you needed to change the background on your applications, you would need to go in settings and select a few options, right? Or if you wanted to file a bug, you would need to go through a whole process of doing that, especially in customer support and everything where you need to create a ticket. Now, with agentic applications, you don't need to do all of these processes, going to your settings and everything. You can tell your app what is it that you want to do using natural language. Basically, it turns your app into a helpful concierge. Now, as you can see, agentic applications are like having a smart, proactive assistant inside of your application. They anticipate your needs, suggest the next step, and even perform complex tasks on your behalf. Our agenda for today is looking into agents, how it evolved into AI agents and agentic AI, generative AI, which most of you know about and that we've been talking since morning, how it became something more complex with generative AI agents. Then we'll have some hands-on. I will also be talking about Firebase AI tools because this is what we are using today to be able to integrate this agentic AI inside of our application. Now let's start with agents. Agents are basically rule-based programs. They are excellent for fixed repetitive tasks that are in controlled environments. You can think of payroll processing or email routing system. For example, if I take email, how it would work is, long ago, if you needed to set some basic rules, for instance, you receive an email from Women in Tech Africa Mauritius, you would probably ask it to send it to another folder or download this email. As you can see, it is very explicit, right? And they lack this flexibility. Now they have a few functionalities. The first one being rule execution, which carries tasks strictly as programmed. Then you have task automation, which is going to handle repetitive tasks like data backups. You have structured input handling for when you're working with clean and formatted data such as IDs. You have predictable outcomes, which is going to produce the same results again and again to ensure reliability. You have manual updating, which requires human intervention. So you can see that this was how traditional agents work. Now it evolved, like I said, and it became AI agents. AI agents and agentic AI are terms often confused with. So I'm going to be explaining to you AI agents and then how agentic AI came about. So you can think of AI agents as being small programs that can perceive its environment, make decisions, and take actions to achieve a specific goal. It's always going to work in a three-step loop, so you can perceive, decide, and act. For instance, your agent could be collecting data from databases or sensors. It's going to decide on the best way to determine responses using logics or AI model, and then act upon this. So then it's going to provide you with responses or change any settings if required. For example, a chatbot for customer support answering questions. This AI agent is going to be taking the questions, decide on appropriate answers, and then act upon it, so give you reply based on these questions. Now, this was for AI agents. So I made a small diagram here. As you can, I'm not sure if it's visible enough, but I'm showing that agentic AI is a subset of AI agents. Why now is that? Because they have almost the same functionalities, just that agentic AI are a bit more complex. They are a system. You can think of them as a system which is going to have subtasks, and these agents are going to then solve problems in real time. Now they have 4 key features which makes them different from traditional AI. The first one being autonomous decision making, which is going to analyze situation and decide on what to do without human intervention. You have goal-driven actions, which is going to work towards specific goals. It can learn and it can adapt on its own by using interactions and results. And then something interesting as well is that it has advanced reasoning. So it can connect to multiple systems, coordinate tasks, and manage complex workflows. Now, AI agents are built on a framework called, not all of them, but some are built on a framework called React framework. Now, for developers here, we are not talking about React JavaScript framework, but we are talking about something else. This is a reason and act framework, which is going to give our model the ability to observe the environment, reason about what to do next, and plan the next steps, and then act using the right tools or APIs. So as you can see, agentic AI is quite different from AI agents. They are a bit more complex. So I spoke about React agents, so let's take an example. Let's say that we have a user who wants to find the itinerary for a weekend in Paris. Now, how can we do this using AI agents? Well, the AI agent is going to plan for this. It's going to search for flights, or reason on the best route, and then search for hotels, refine the plan based on the action. So as you can see, it's intelligent enough to do all that. Now, generative AI, the subject that we've been talking about since morning. Basically, it is a kind of artificial intelligence that learns by observing massive amount of data and spotting patterns on it. Once trained, these AI, they can create something new, for instance, text, images, codes, or audios. Now, a good example would be Gemini or ChatGPT for all of you who are using it. Now, Gemini is Google's multimodal large language model. Basically, multimodal only means being able to generate text, codes, and everything. I'm giving you this the meaning of it, because we are going to be using this term later. Now, how would we, let's take an example of how it would actually work in real life. Let's say that you want to make the AI generate t-shirts. You would have to, like I said, feed it massive amount of data. Well, in this case, we would feed it massive amount of t-shirts, images, for instance. It would have to learn from the shape, the texture, and the color, perhaps how people are wearing it, so that later can identify the t-shirt or even make it itself. So it's pretty interesting. Now we have something more complex called the generative AI agents. And what this is doing is that it's combining the advanced AI agent with the generative power of LLMs, basically. So we'll be looking into that shortly. Yeah, so I spoke about integrating Firebase in order to make our application agentic. So why Firebase? Because it already provides us with a few tools that we are going to be using. So its architecture is like this. It has Gemini, which acts as the agent's brain. Then it has also a framework called Jenkit, which is going to allow you to deploy, test, and build your AI flows. Then it also has that React framework that we spoke about for its agentic behavior, and basic AI tools. Now, what is this basic AI tools? Basically, Firebase is going to be taking my code and expose it to the tools that we are going to be seeing in a minute, for the agent to better understand what is it that we want to do. For instance, if I wanted it to give me an idea why my application is not working properly, I would need to give it certain access, so I'm passing it through that tool. Okay, so our use case for today is a simple BMI application that we will be integrating the agentic AI into. Now, I will only be showing you how that I can make the AI change, allow the change of a primary color button. But of course, there are multiple things that you could do. For instance, you could also ask it to file a feedback report. This application, I already written some codes for it. So if you want to test it and play with the code, you can clone my repository, navigate to the Start AI branch where the codes are already there for you to play with. Or if you want to create a project, a new Flutter project, you can in fact do this by using the command Flutter create your project name. Basically, Flutter is the, I forgot to say this, but Flutter is the framework that we are going to be using today to build this mobile application, which is why we are creating it using Flutter Create. Now, given that it is an existing project, the main thing to do in this case would be to install a few packages for our application to work properly with Firebase. So the main ones that you need to install is Firebase AI and Firebase Tool. If you don't install these, you won't be able to call the Firebase API. It's not going to work, so you need this. Now, Provider is another package that you need to install, or if you want, you can use a package of your choice for state management system. Now, the reason we are using this is because whenever we are making a change inside of our application, for instance, if you are saying, okay, you want to change the color of your button from settings, it needs to be reflected instantly from the application, right? And that's why we are using this state management system, because it allows us to make this change instantly. So now that we've installed our packages, we need to set up Firebase. Firebase provides us with a very nice command here called Flutter Fire Configure, With that, you will be able to either create your project on Firebase, or you can choose from an existing one. Of course, you need to be authenticated, otherwise it's not going to work. So here I have created a new project called setFB. Then it's going to ask you to choose the configuration, where you want to have this configuration set, on which platform. So for me, I've chosen Android, iOS, macOS, web, and Windows. I've chosen these only because Flutter is cross-platform, and if later I want to use this application on Android, I want it to be able to run properly without any issues, so that's why all of this. Now it should also run on Windows. So it's going to check if your app has already been registered on these different platforms. If not, then it's going to register it. Once registered, it's going to give you an app ID for each of these different platforms. Now, how will you know if it's already been configured properly inside of your Flutter project? Basically, you will need to look out for 3 files, very important files. The first one is firebase.json, which will be at the root of your Flutter application. Firebase option.dart will be inside of your lib folder. Google services.json into specific platform folders. So if you want to configure this on Android, you will need to go inside the Android folder and look for it there. Now, Firebase option.dart is one of the most important files, I believe, because even if it says here that, okay, it's generated the app IDs, it may not be reflected inside of the Firebase option. So if you need to check inside of a file, if it's missing there and you're not seeing any IDs created there, then you will need to delete the file and then reconfigure your Firebase again. Once this is done, we can get into some coding. So here are 2 lines of code that we need to add inside of a method called main in a file called main.dart. I will show you later where it is. Basically, the first line of code is widget Flutter binding that ensure initialized. We need to add this line of code because our Flutter engine is going to be talking to some platform codes. So we need this for it to run properly. If not, it's going to crash. Your application is going to crash. Now, we also need to initialize our Firebase. You need to go the second line. If you don't do that, you won't be able to use Firebase. Even if you try to call the API, it's not going to work. I think your application is going to crash. Okay, now here, this is a bit more technical, so bear with me. Inside of the main method, I will show you again shortly later, we usually call a widget called myApp. See here? Now, I'm not doing this directly because I want to wrap my widget to use better feedback, which is a package called feedback. And then I want to also wrap it with change notifier provider. Basically, the better feedback is a package which is going to allow you to draw onto the application for you to select if there are any issues. For instance, let's say that the font is too small or that is unreadable. You can circle it and then write what the problem is, and it's going to file it into the feedback report. Now, the change notifier provider is the provider package that we spoke earlier, which is for the state management system. Okay, so this code here is to basically talk to the AI. It is the integration AI part. Now, here, this highlighted code is basically saying, is basically creating an instance of Gemini generative model. Now, as you can see here, I'm using Google AI. Now, Google AI is the Gemini Developer API, which is mostly used in development environments. However, if you want to push your application to production, you need to use Vertex AI. So I think it's very important to know that. Now, the generative model, it takes a few parameters. The first one being system instruction, which is going to define our agent's role. So in this case, I've prompt the AI to tell it that, okay, this is a friendly app that helps users adjust settings or submit feedback. Then I'm going to be passing a Gemini 2.5 Flash, which is Google's latest model, and it has multimodal capabilities. We will be using the tool configuration. Basically, we need to define this because we need to tell our model what action it's allowed to take inside of our app. For instance, changing the primary button color or your background color, or anything else that you might want to do. We call the tools, we use the tools parameter because we also need to configure a set of functions for our AI agent to call. Now, I will be showing you why we use this. Yeah, you also need to call the start chat method to initialize a conversation with a model. Now, I said that we will be using functions, as you can see here. Now, why is that? It's because generative AI often comes with certain limitations, and one of them is that it's not really able to connect or access external data from APIs or functions. And Firebase provides us with function calling, and it is basically in 4 steps. The first one being writing a function which will provide the model with what it needs. Then we write the function declaration itself for a model to use. We then set these functions in the generative model for it to know what info it requires. I have a function called setPrimaryButton. It has a purpose, which is to change the main button color. Then it takes a parameter color, and it tells Gemini to convert this color, for instance red, into a hex format. Hex format is this thing. Then we pass these functions into config so that the Gemini can make changes if required, can call this function and make changes if required, if the user intended to do those changes. SetPrimaryButton color tool is a function declaration that we just created. We need to register it for the model to know its purpose and its name. Now, there's another function that we are writing, which is called a setPrimaryButton color call. Now, this is going to read what Gemini has responded with. So here it's going to grab the color, which is a string, and then it's going to pass it into a function to convert this string hex into a color object so that Flutter can understand what it is. Then we can update the UI based on this. Once we've written this function, we need to add it inside of another function now because we need to tell Gemini what to use basically. So here I'm just setting another code here for it to be able to make the necessary changes on the button. So that's not really important. Okay, let's look into some demo. Let me try to run this application first because I want to show you how I'm asking to change the color of my button and how it in fact changes it. Now, the really good thing about agentic AI is that it's not really going to just change your color button. It's going to check, for instance, if you want it to, if the color is user-friendly, because not all colors is good to look at. For instance, if it's too red, then it's going to be really annoying. So it can also check that if you let it know that it should be doing this. Okay, I don't know why it's taking so much time today, but we'll let it run and look at the code as well. Done. Okay, so remember that I said that we needed to look for 3 files which are very important. I'm not sure if you can see, but there is the Firebase.json file. It is in fact present. We have Firebase option file with our app IDs and keys. Since I'm trying to run this application on iOS, my Google service info should be present in the iOS folder. Now, this file, even if it's not generated right away inside of the folder, it's not quite of an issue. You can always go to the Firebase interface and download it from there for the platform that you need the Google service for. Okay, our application is running. So this is, actually I was playing around with some design, so eventually I turned it into some mobile application. Basically here I have my button, which is, I think, blue. I'm going to basically ask my AI to make a change. Now I'm going to submit it, and then it's going to ask me if I really do want to change this color. Like I said, it would check for any problem with the color if you ask it to. So right now I'm going to say yes, please, and hopefully this should work. Okay, it changed. So this is what the color is. I'm not sure if I have a few more minutes, but like I said, you have a file called main.dot and a main method in there. So as you can see, I've added my 2 lines to run this application properly. Here is where I'm actually creating an instance of my generative model. Now, as I said earlier, you can find this code on my repository, so that you can play with it. Thank you. Okay, so I have a QR code here. If you want to connect with me, you can scan this QR code and you will find me on LinkedIn.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to the young lady here with building authentic apps with Flutter and Gemini, Miss Zara. And she got me right. Yes, she got me right when she said it's a bit technical. Right, so thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be connecting to SA shortly, where we will receive our next speaker, who is Deborah Lynn Mare. Deborah Lynn Mare is a chartered accountant from South Africa, and she will be joining us online. She is also IS Auditor, Certified AI and Blockchain Specialist, and a seasoned technology executive with over 25 years experience. She has held senior leadership roles, including Group CIO and Head of Audit and Risk for Altron, a JSE listed company, as well as Managing Director of an Altron Managed Services, an IT Managed Services business also. Today, as a strategic advisor and non-executive director, she helps organizations drive digital transformation and adopt emerging technologies, align financial, commercial, and governance strategies, and shift from product-led to solution-led business models to unlock sustainable growth. Deborah will be sharing with us about AI, leading with courage, care, and clarity. Just want to make sure that we are connected, and we will need to check for the sound also. We can have this. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, okay. This is so image is here, sound is not here. Reminds me of a TikTok named Technologia. Yes. And if we stick to our program of the day, ladies and gentlemen, I promise you that after this, it will be lunch. I know it's very...
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Very loud and clear. Deborah, you are
perfect. Thank
the
you.
floor. Thank you very much. All yours.
Okay. Okay, awesome. I just want to double check. Can everybody see my screen? Are you able to see my screen? Awesome. Thank you. Well, thank you everybody, and Samira and team. Thank you so much for this invitation to be able to speak today and share today, and just a shout out to Olivia and to the team at EO for this wonderful background that I have that makes me feel like I'm right there in Mauritius with you. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be able to talk about two of my favorite topics today, leadership and emerging technology. The interesting part for me, really about the emerging technology, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, blockchain, and everything we find ourselves confronted with as leaders today, we can't ignore them anymore. And sometimes we just need something that is so compelling that we can't afford to ignore it, that it kind of challenges us to step up to the next level of leadership and say, what are we as leaders of all of our organizations going to do? And for me, this is really the challenge before each one of you today. You know, you're leading organizations, you're leading in your departments, and the real question is, how are you going to lead in this era where you're faced with so much emerging technology, so much data, so much information, you know, so many, let's say, concerns as well as opportunities that are sitting out there. And I just wanted to share a few thoughts with you today, just on the journey that I've taken and what I've seen in terms of some of the companies that we work with around this. You know, I think the thing we need to never forget is that the privilege of leadership and the responsibility of leadership. You know, our privilege that we have all together is that we actually get to set the tone. We get to set what happens next for our organizations. We are at this place where we're able to say, what's the next era that we face with our own companies, with our own organizations, with our own teams? And history will decide what you did with that privilege. You know, the responsibility that we have as leaders as well is that we need to set the tone. So for me, when I think about artificial intelligence, when I think about any emerging technology, there's three things that really stand out, and that's that as leaders, we need to lead with clarity, we need to lead with courage, and we need to lead with care. The very interesting thing for me, as I've done some research into artificial intelligence, you know, emerging technology, and what's really happening out there is we are faced with technology that is starting to converge, and it is reshaping power, it is reshaping governance, and it is reshaping trade. But here's an interesting thing that Harvard discovered. They went and did a research survey, and they asked the question, what humans do large language models currently resemble? And the answer was very interesting. Their answer was, well, there's a weird bias to large language models as they stand today. And that weird bias stands for westernized, industrialized, educated, rich, and democratic, which is very interesting. If you look at the circles, you will see where ChatGPT is highlighted, and the models that it is built on, and the humans that it currently represents. And you will see that African countries really don't present themselves in that environment right now. And it is for us as leaders something we need to be aware of, something we need to understand. But it is also our greatest opportunity. That we, as members in Africa, and you know, as women in tech in Africa, you know, we need to look at these large language models and say they have immense applicability. But let's not forget that the narratives that they currently have, the narratives embedded in that data, the languages that are training those modules, the problems that are getting prioritized are not necessarily our problems. And so that becomes your opportunity as leaders in Africa to build solutions that actually work for your context. You see, if we're not going to do it, well, nobody else is going to do it. The word bias will perpetuate. But here's the really exciting part for us. Because we look at this and go, well, can we lead? Should we lead? And how do we lead? And that for me is the most exciting news, because Africa has a number of things that I look to see as Africa's advantage when we look at this word bias. The first one is, number one, we have collapsing innovation costs. So in the past, it was very costly to start to take advantage of what artificial intelligence, quantum computing, blockchain, and everything else brought to the table. You know, in the past, we had to go and build these massive data centers that before we could even start, or we had to go and buy very expensive tech before we could even start. But day by day, the cost of innovation is collapsing. The other interesting part is digital adoption is actually happening at 4 times faster in low and middle income countries than it is happening in high income countries. So we have context and we have people that are really ready to be able to take advantage of these, this collapse innovation cost. The second big thing is we have very large digitally native populations. And by that I mean we have a lot of youth. People that were born where it is completely natural that technology is integrated in their everyday lives. Now why is that our advantage? Well, because a large portion of your employees are digitally native. And often we forget that that is actually a massive advantage for us. There's less adoption kind of challenge that we have because guess what? They grew up with the technology. I mean, I was listening to one of the speakers earlier this morning on the YouTube stream, and they were talking about what you're going to encounter and what you're going to get exposed, what your children are going to be able to bring home and start to teach you. These children will enter your workforce, and for them, these kind of ideas and concepts will be natural. And I think for me, this is something we as leaders need to start taking advantage of, is that within our own employee base, we have a massive, a large population of digitally native people, people that do and understand tech naturally. They are not running there going, why would we want to use tech? Because they literally use tech in their everyday lives. You know, the other part about a digital native population
Before mobiles, before internet, there was that one voice on the other end. And it was everything. When Mauritius discovered the internet, it wasn't just a connection. It was a window to a whole new world. We brought friends closer, gave love new ways to reach you, and made the island feel just a little smaller. Mauritian ambition took off. From boardroom to beach house. From bold ideas to brighter nights. From learning to leisure, every part of life seamlessly connected, a future of immersive learning and limitless connection. And we're already there with you. One life, many moments, all connected by something greater. Mauritius Telecom, always with you. Before mobiles, before internet, there was that one voice on the other end. And it was everything. When Mauritius discovered the internet, it wasn't just a connection. It was a window to a whole new world. We brought friends closer, gave love new ways to reach you, and made the island feel just a little smaller. Mauritian ambition took off. From boardroom to beach house. From bold ideas to brighter nights. From learning to leisure, every part of life seamlessly connected, a future of immersive learning and limitless connection. And we're already there with you. One life, many moments, all connected by something greater. Mauritius
business has a story. Ours began with a vision to simplify the workplace, one solution at a time. For over 20 years, EO Solutions, part of the Hull Mallet Group, has been empowering organisations across Mauritius, backed by 6 decades of trusted Xerox partnership. We move with purpose, driving progress through technology, trust and transformation. From printing and imaging to cash handling, mailing and workplace supplies, we bring end-to-end solutions that keep businesses running smarter. We partner with the world's finest brands and deliver every project with an unwavering dedication to quality. Because our partners trust us and our clients rely on us, behind every innovation stands our people, skill.
Mauritius, one of the most dynamic economies in Africa, a success story of political, social and financial stability. Think about it. We had nothing, no minerals, no oil or precious stones. So what made this success? You won't find it here or here. Come closer. It's a story about people.
If you ever call my name, I will answer.
It's about our openness. It's in our DNA, proud of the multicultural origins of our people from Europe, Africa and Asia. Our capacity to live and work together, our agility to do business with the world, our entrepreneurial drive and resilience define who we are. We are MCB.
You're stranded in the rain, I will shelter.
And in financial news, the unique global offer in financial solutions provided by MCB, the leading bank in Mauritius since 1838, has made them one of the few investment-grade banks in Africa and the largest listed group in Mauritius.
And just like Mauritius, our real value lies in our people and in our commitment. Today, our natural openness to the world allows us to empower new ventures in Africa and beyond. Our unique global perspective opens endless possibilities for international business. MCB, success beyond numbers.
So I know that will be too much. We are aware that end of year parties and so on will be soon. We want to fit in our dress. So we are shifting the tea break afterwards, which will be after the award presentation, just before going. So this is the little change we wish to bring to the program, today's program. On the other side, we will not be taking too much time to start the next panel, as I believe Madame Jda is already here. Yes. And we will be talking about the future of generative AI innovation, creativity, and human AI collaboration. Maybe Denny will tell me if anyone still dealing with the lifeguard not to be out of the pool, or everyone is out. Yes. So any lucky draw before? Just to set the mood. I have once been told that full stomach do bring luck to some people. So what are we going for? Ladies and gentlemen, we have beautiful surprises for you. We have the Maurice Content book, we have the honey pack, we have a training worth 20,000 rupees offered by Blue Fox SAS, which is AI related. So I don't know what we're going for. Yes, I remove. Ok. Ma main n'est pas innocente, hein? Je peux vous rassurer. 404. 404. C'est quelle équipe? 404. Wow. Moi, dire, hein, un estomac rempli, ni beau de chance. Je peux avoir votre ticket? Merci, madame. Ladies and gentlemen, we extend a warm welcome to our chief guest for this afternoon, Her Excellency Miss Elizabeth Nyantaki, the Consul General of the Republic of Ghana in Mauritius. Let's wish her a warm welcome with a big round of applause. Excellency, welcome. We're very pleased to have you among us. And you are just on time to attend our first expert panel of this afternoon. And I would like to invite panelists and, of course, the moderator to join as I will be sharing the bio. So first of all, the title is The Future of Generative AI, Innovation, Creativity, and Human AI Collaboration. The first panelist will be Ophia Jacob. She's a strategic transformation leader with 20 plus years in financial services and IT, Sanford League alumna, and 3-time International Women's Leadership Awardee. She drives institutional growth, human capital development, and enterprise change while championing diversity, equity, and inclusion through global thought leadership, advisory roles, and public speaking. Let us welcome Madame Jacob. Thank you very much. Please be seated, madam. The next panelist will be Ditisha Cheku as Principal Coordinator within the AI and Data Analytics team at Mauritius Telecom. Ditisha is a result-driven IT leader with over 14 years of experience spearheading digital transformation and technology innovation across multiple industries. As Principal Coordinator within the AI and Data Analytics team at Mauritius Telecom, she drives strategic projects that harness data, analytics, and automation to strengthen decision-making and operational excellence that has helped to improve the company's overall digital maturity index. Her role bridges business and technology, ensuring that AI-driven insights translate into meaningful outcomes for the organization. With a strong foundation in computer science and software engineering, she has led complex digital and cybersecurity projects across global markets and delivered impactful solutions in the ICT domain. Passionate about leveraging technology for sustainable progress, Ditisha continues to champion innovation, data-driven strategy, and digital excellence at every level. Help me to welcome on stage Ditisha Cheku. The third panelist will be Dr. Zahra Manglu Dil Mohamed. Dr. Zahra Manglu Dil Mohamed is an associate professor at the University of Mauritius. Her research focuses on health informatics, bioinformatics, and computational biology, with a strong interest in artificial intelligence application for improving everyday life. She actively contributes to advancing research, mentoring students, and fostering innovation in digital health. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Dr. Zahra. Now, she has been given this very important duty to moderate such a powerful panel. Our moderator for this panel of experts is Medha Gajadar, who is the Managing Director of Kids Learning Academy, provides daycare, preschool facilities, accepting children age range 4 months to 5 years. A quick overview of what's next for Madame Gajadar is putting forward a new chapter in education begins in 2026, which is Luminea International School, a modern pre-primary school opening its door in 2026 in the heart of Cupid, built on belief that every child is unique and the mission is to nurture curious minds, kind hearts, and confident learners through a holistic and future-ready education. Ladies and gentlemen, we also would like to mention that this program will bring forward robotics, abacus, and personality development programs integrated in the school curriculum, aiming to make education more than learning. Let's give a big round of applause to Madame Medha Gajadar, the moderator of the panel. Now, allow me to please request you ladies to have the mic not too far so that we can hear you well. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, you will be sharing your question, your ideas after the discussion. Again, please be direct to the question, and if you wish to address specifically to one of the panelists or the moderator, you will be encouraged to do so. Madame Gajadar, the mic is okay?
Yes, looks
yes.
like. Yeah.
Good?
Yeah. Yes.
Perfect. All yours, Madame Gajadar.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this exciting conversation on the future of generative AI, innovation, creativity, and human AI collaboration. We are here to explore how this technology is reshaping industries, redefining creativity, and reimagining what is possible when human and machines work together. Exciting, isn't it? Yeah? after lunch, I hope you all are not planning to sleep in my panel discussion. Yeah? So just to keep you up and awake, I'm going to ask very serious questions to our panelists. And I think they all have been given a very good intro already. So not wasting too much of my time, I would just dive in with Dr. Zara. Dr. Zara, who has been working at the intersection of AI, genomics, and health. Dr. Zara, your work in the world of health informatics and AI-driven genomics, where innovation can literally save lives. Yeah, you all agree with me? I have to keep on talking to you guys as well. So let's start. My first question. Given your involvement in Africa BP, H3A BioNet, and E-Loisy, what opportunities and challenges exist for Africa in leveraging AI for health innovation?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So, before I answer the question, I just want to explain what is Africa BP, what is H3A BioNet, and what is E-Loisy. These are 3 projects which have been funded for the African continent and where mostly African people work. So the African Biogenome Project is on biogenome for Africa, and it's meant to sequence, for some of you if you're biologists, it's meant to sequence animals and plants across Africa. H3A BioNet was funded by the NIH, was over 12 years, and E-Loisy has just been funded by the NIH, still from the US, and it's for data science across the African continent. So all 3 projects for Africa. Now, while working on these projects, first of all, we've done capacity building, and we made sure that even on the African continent, people are having the latest knowledge on the latest technologies. What are the opportunities for health? Earlier today, somebody mentioned that a lot of research which is being done abroad, and a lot of the findings, they pertain to other countries and not to Africa. The data that we have, if you do a simple search, look for a data set for the African population, you will hardly find any. You'll find for America, you'll find for Australia, but our population in Africa is very diverse, and there's hardly any data set for that. And then secondly, the models that have been created. Yes, there are many AI models, generative AI, LLM, AI, deep learning, machine learning, but they've all been trained on data, American, European, Asian data, but not African data. And there are many diseases which affect the African population, for example, the sickle cell disease, which mostly people from African descent suffer from. So who's going to study that? Now, in Africa, we can leverage using generative AI and AI to advance medical research. If we don't do it, no one else is going to do it, because it's not important for the others. So that's one opportunity for the African community. Secondly, in terms of health, there are so many things that can be done for the African population, but you need to keep in mind that the population in Africa is different from the whole world. But in terms of challenges as well, there is a huge scarcity of data. So generative AI can be used to generate synthetic data. Now, of course, this is another debate. Is that data ethical? Is it okay? Is it not? But we'll keep that for another debate. But yes, it can be used to generate data. Secondly, it can be used to quickly analyze data, to present hypotheses which apply for local data. It can be used to create new drugs using data from the local population. And the list is never ending, Meta, but you're going to tell me I'm going over time. But if anybody's interested, I'll be happy to discuss with you and tell you more about it later on.
See, time is the limit.
Yes, unfortunately.
So moving on to the next question, Dr. Zara. Thank you very much for the explanation. The next question for you is, can generative AI help simulate biological processes such as drug responses or gene interactions to speed up discovery?
Yes, definitely, yes. So, when we do drug, for example, we invent or we design a new drug, we need to have information about the patients, we need to have information about the genomes, we need to have information about the health of the person. When we do this in a lab, it's very time consuming. If we can do that on a computer, it saves a lot of time. Now, why is Gen AI more interesting than AI? I love AI, by the way. I'm just comparing. Generative AI has one advantage over AI. I don't know how familiar you are with it, but with AI, for example, you can classify, you can predict. But with classical AI, you cannot produce new data. With generative,
we have a clear ROI. You know, all the project managers here understand. You need to know where exactly are you using this AI. What part of your process or procedure has been taken by your AI, and what is the yield you will be getting out of it. It should not be like you're just replicating or duplicating a small task and investing a lot in the solution. So this is what we have to be very careful about. I'm just mindful of the time as much as information I can give.
Thank you, Afia. My next question to you. In your view, what governance or ethical frameworks should business leaders put in place to ensure AI-driven innovation remains responsible and aligned with organizational value? It's an alignment with the question, with the answer you have said as well.
Absolutely. I think, you know, first of all, data readiness is the key. Whatever you will feed to your AI, it will give you back. We are, in the morning also, we had the panel wherein we said, you know, we are very afraid of what's going to happen with our data. How many of you have actually tried some of the tricky things with some of the OpenAI chatbots, like take my selfie with Shah Rukh Khan? Have you tried it? Try it. Take a picture of yours, put it in Gemini, it will just give you as if you've just met. But that's very dangerous. You are actually putting your picture with someone whom you have never met. He has not given you the consent to be pictured with him. So that is where the ethical part comes into. So your privacy is being hindered. Okay? How many times has actually ChatGPT given you wrong answers? And if ever now you have such AI models in your organization, wherein it will mislead your employees, if it will mislead your customers, then you're putting your organizations at a legal and a regulatory risk, especially when I'm talking about the banking sector. So having correct data, and this data has to be vetted not only by the IT department, but has to be vetted by the legal, the compliance, the HR, everybody. See, when we're teaching our kids, we're teaching them our point of view. But it's not only our point of view counts, because what you're feeding into the system has to be everybody's point of view. And this is the point of view which this AI will develop and ultimately help you in responding better for your repetitive tasks and all. It's very important. Thirdly, something I'll tell you, maybe I'm from India, maybe more Bollywood. How many of you have seen movie, what was that, Ravan movie? You remember, you know, what happens in that movie? It actually becomes your own enemy at one point of time. It was a movie we've seen 10 years back. So exactly this is something happening with our AI as well right now. AI is actually learning from itself. So it is actually, you know, whatever information it is giving to us, it's also putting it within itself and remembering it for the next time it will give. So it's self-training itself with all the knowledge it is giving to us. So that is the dangerous part. So this is where now our role of frameworks, which is about the legal, the regulatory, the other frameworks which need to be there, because there has to be continuous audits on what is being fed into these LLMs. There has to be monitoring, because until and unless we do that, we are going to just put ourselves in a soup in terms of legal and regulatory if we don't follow the legal frameworks. Thanks.
Thank you, Afia. I don't know about me taking a selfie with Shah Rukh, but I've been seeing lots of ladies trying to wear saris on Facebook. Yeah? This is me, I myself have draped myself, no AI here. So thank you, Afia. You have really highlighted how leadership and mindset are central to making AI transformation stick. Now moving on, let's move on from Afia to Ditisha. I think we call it small, in Hindi we call it chota packet bada dhamaka. Have you heard of that? How many of you understand Hindi here? So she's small, you see, very petite, but lots of experience. So Ditisha, the telecom sector has seen massive transformation through automation, 5G and AI-driven optimization. Okay? So my first question to you is, telecom handles vast amount of data, sensitive one. What are the ethical and cyber security considerations when integrating AI into telecom infrastructures? Can you please put some light on that?
Yes, sure. So, yes, indeed, the telecom industry, they generate massive volumes of data, be it from customer interactions, billing systems, or the real-time network signals, and they do include sensitive data. So, so over the years, so traditionally, telco industry, how have they been protecting the data? We have been using what we call the defense in-depth strategy. That is, we secure every layer. That is the network, the application, the data, emails, the endpoints, and so on. But now, with AI, with generative AI, integrating into our infrastructure, this is creating another layer of complexity to our already complex telco infrastructure. So maybe let me take an example, since we have rolled out a pilot project on MightyGPT recently for education. So, so before even training the model, so looking at the data, so we need to have clean data. We need, the data itself is raw, so it can contain sensitive data. So we have to anonymize the data. We have to make sure that the data is not biased, it is fair. So all of that takes a lot of time. So now after the training, we need to monitor the whole cycle. We have the AI ops and the ML ops that we integrate. So the ML ops is like the machine learning life cycle that we have to monitor. We also have what we call the observability platform that we have put in place. So this will monitor the performance of the model. It will track the performance. It will check for the data drifting. Sometimes, data drift is like, you have trained the model on original data, right? But over time, the data changes. So we have to monitor it. So data drifting here is very important. So then, and always for any decisions that the AI is making, we have to, it's what we call the human in the loop. We always need to have a human validate those decisions. So this is critical. So we always make sure that the data being trained is correct. It is not biased. It has always the correct patterns and so on. And for MightyGPT education, what we have done is we have also deployed a specialized model called the God LLMs. So these are specialized LLMs, which, for example, a student, they are asking MightyGPT discriminatory topics or something harmful. So these pass through the God LLMs first. This is like a proper validation being put in place. So if we have those kind of responses, so it flags it immediately, we get the alerts, we get the notifications, and only when the queries are safe, only then it will pass, and in this way we are keeping the students safe as well. So we are keeping in mind all the ethical and security considerations. These are very, very important. And besides of that, data encryption, we have NIST frameworks for AI, we have OWASP top 10 for AI as well for LLMs. So all of these frameworks we have to be really aware and educate our staff as well, our employees. And fortunately at Mauritius Telecom we have an amazing team, the innovation team. We have an amazing team who is very dynamic and always willing to learn. So in that sense, actually, when training the data, that takes time. It takes months and months of working on that. So it's really interesting, but at the same time, deploying something out there that takes lots of efforts. And also, as I think at the panel this morning, someone was saying, like, it's not a technical challenge, but rather a leadership challenge. And having a leader like our CEO, he has been always pushing for that, so that's why we have been able to roll out those kinds of projects.
That's very interesting. Students question going through God LLM to decide good or bad, yeah?
God,
interesting.
God.
Ah, God. Okay, sorry. I thought God, my God. Wow, that's very interesting.
It's like a security guard.
Yeah, security guard. Okay, and I thought God LLM, that's not bad, huh? Okay, I'm just trying to wake you up, huh? Don't sleep. So, very interesting, Titisha. How many of you have left your phone behind? Please raise your hand. No one, you see? So, Titisha works in a company, or your work is basically powering our daily life. So, there's one very important question for you. How can telecom companies ensure that human and AI work collaboratively rather than competitively?
Okay. I will give you an example. I'll start by an example. So, a customer calls us for a complaint. Hello, Mauritius Telecom. Our internet is not working. We have a bad network connection. So think it in a few years' time. So the agentic AI, I think we had some discussion this morning. So the agentic AI is already knows what's the issue. It's already checking, like he gets an alert that there is an issue in the local fiber line in his region. So he's instantly going there, maybe assigning technicians and already dispatching a technician going to his house. So this is like agentic AI coming really with this innovative technology. So I think these kind of these types of AI solutions, it's really helping. It will help telco industries for sure. And I wanted to share a personal story here. Actually, I've been sick for 3 weeks now, and as everyone would do, they would go to a doctor. So I went to the doctor and telling him, okay, I've got this seasonal flu, this bad coughing, and so on. So now, I'm looking at him and he's saying like, what kinds of symptoms you have. So when I look at him, he's like scribbling. So now, when I turn back to him, he's like coming up with a long medication list, like a grocery list, okay, as long as that. So now, I go to the pharmacy and I take the medication very diligently, but still after 3 weeks, I'm still having this cough. I'm not well. So now, just think it otherwise. Think it otherwise with AI. So I go to the doctor's office, to the doctor's cabin. So now, while I'm telling, while I'm telling the doctor my symptoms, there is an AI agent in the background already checking my symptoms against, my fever pattern, and so on. So he's already saying to the doctor, there is a map on his screen showing that maybe there is something, an anomaly has been detected. Maybe there is something like a new COVID variant going around. So he gets that pop-up on his screen and saying, okay, maybe you should consider these type of medications and so on. So, so now the doctor, it's like really taking advantage of that AI agent at the back who is already doing all the work for him. And at the end, he's still the hero. He's using AI as a collaborative partner. So I really think that AI and humans should coexist. They should use that strength of each other, things that a human would not be able to, do it by himself. So yeah, so in that sense, AI and humans would be able to collaborate.
No, I agree with you, but I must tell you from my experience, doctors are very difficult to integrate AI into their job. But yes, you can definitely give them the idea. It has been a fascinating discussion. I hope so. Yes, nobody's yawning. We have explored AI from the lenses of science, leadership, and telecom industry. Before we wrap up, I would like to ask each one of you for one final thought. In one sentence, what excites you most about the future human-AI collaboration? Afia.
For me, none of the AI can exist if it is not around a human need.
Thank you, Afia. Itisha. What excites you most about the future of human-AI collaboration? I think the doctor
So I think
this is something in hell. So thank you to our wonderful panelists, Dr. Zara, Afia, and Itisha, and of course Dr. Samira if she's still around, and everyone in the audience. Thank you for joining this important conversation about shaping an AI-powered future, especially in emerging markets. Thank you very much.
But before you leave, ladies, if we have not more than 2 questions from the audience, we have such a beautiful panel here, and we would like, yes, 1 and 2. Right, Madam, please introduce yourself and direct your question.
Thank you. My name is Melissa Catino. I'm a barrister from England, and I work in AI regulation for the UK government. And my question is for Madame Gejida, and I would like her to answer this question or put it to a panelist. In a world where there is abundant and effortless AI creation, how do we define, nurture, and preserve the human element that has to work with AI?
Thank you, Melissa. I think I'm the moderator, so I'll pass on the question to the panelists.
I don't mind if you have answer elements, please, Madam, or you would like to pass.
I would like to pass on. So, Afia, would you like to answer this question?
Thank you, Meda, for passing on the question. As I said, Meda told me just give me one line. I said there is no AI if it does not revolve around the human needs, because ultimately we are doing all this just to ensure that our needs are fulfilled. What we were doing for 20 hours is now done in 20 minutes. So while doing all this, we should not lose one thing, and that is empathy. So for me, that is one sweet, short answer: empathy. We should not lose.
Thank you. Next question.
Thank you. We have the handsome gentleman here who would like to put forward a question.
Ask the question to the panelists, please.
Hi, my name is Dario. I'm the founder of DC Tech Services. We do a lot of automation, but not necessarily AI. My question is to Tisha. When you mentioned that you clean the data for your models, you mentioned anonymizing the data and making sure it's fair. I think anonymizing is quite clear how it's done, but how do you make it fair?
So we are always making sure that when we are feeding it in the model, we have lots of tests being done, checking that. Obviously, for this one, for the MightyGPT for education, it was rather direct because we are limiting the scope of the model, because say for example a student is querying something that is out of the syllabus and he's a grade 9 student, so he will not, the MightyGPT will explain to him, will give him all the content, but it will tell him that, you know, this is out of your syllabus, this is out of the scope. So there were a lot of testing, rigorous, it's what we call TEVV, proper testing, evaluation, verification, validation that we are doing after training the model. So we need to do that in that sense. Answers your question?
I invite you, sir, not to hesitate to meet the young lady. Yes.
Yeah, after the discussion, we're short on time, so just...
Right. So we would like to rapidly go to the next part of the program, but before this, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to those 4 beautiful ladies for this discussion. And please stay on stage for a picture. As announced earlier, ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged this afternoon to have getting to what I was sharing, ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have Her Excellency, Consulate General of the Republic of Ghana among us this afternoon. Excellency, I will be requesting you shortly to join us to share your keynote. But before this, we would like to put forward a video. And just after this, we will be listening to Her Excellency.
Pour gaming mighty say yeah, pour business mighty say yeah, pour apprendre mighty say yeah, mighty say yeah, mighty say yeah, pour football mighty say yeah, pour amuser mighty say yeah, pour exprimer mighty say yeah, mighty say yeah, mighty say yeah.
Qu'il 4G, 5G ou fibre, plus qui 1 million Mauriciens fait nous confiance. Alors, ce qui vous peut attendre besoin de réseau plus grand, plus fiable, plus rapide pour vivre l'expérience. Mighty CIA! Mighty CIA ça!
Radio station, where I started my career back in 2006. We played afterwards. Alright, okay. Technology, as I was saying earlier. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, honored and privileged to share the presentation of Her Excellency. But before, I would like to share with you, Madam, that early in the morning we had the privilege to listen to Eiffel Coffee, the founder of Women in Tech Africa, who comes also from Ghana, and we are so pleased to have you among us. Ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency joined the office here in Mauritius in August 2023, and she has a career diplomat with almost 3 decades of experience in Ghana Foreign Service. At the Foreign Ministry of Ghana, Ms. Nyantaki worked in the Legal and Consular Bureau, Protocol Bureau, International Organizations and Conferences Bureau, Europe Bureau, Audit and Inspectorate Bureau, as well as Asia Bureau. Her Excellency holds a master's degree in the International Relations from the Beijing Institute of International Relations, postgraduate diploma in International Relations from the International Relations Institute of Cameroon, and Bachelor of Art degree with a French major. I believe she can share her speech in French. Oh. Let me, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on stage Her Excellency, Consulate General of the Republic of Ghana to Mauritius, Miss Elizabeth Nyantaki. Sous votre applaudissement, s'il vous plaît.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, really proving to me that you just came back from lunch. It's really inspiring to be here to see women in various endeavors gathered here. That was a very powerful panel discussion, and I've really picked a lot from it. And I hope that just coming from lunch, you have also picked something from it that, you know, will inure to your benefits in the near future. And so, without much ado, Madam Ethel Kofi, who I believe is listening to us, Chief Executive Officer and founder of Women in Tech Africa, distinguished guests, Women in Tech Africa, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be present for this landmark event empowering women in technology. Coincidentally, my dissertation and my long essay was in women empowerment in Beijing. And, you know, when I had to present my dissertation, it was a challenge. Why do you have to choose this topic in China? You know, so, but I wasn't intimidated because I'm a woman. I need to empower myself and empower my fellow women. So that did not deter me, that did not intimidate me to present whatever I needed to present. And that is what I need you to do. Don't be intimidated wherever you find yourself. The importance of the ceremony vis-a-vis the paradigm shift of the roles of women from performing caregiving roles, performance of major household tasks, and lack of decision-making power, to mention just a few, cannot be overemphasized. From the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Africa in 1995, national reports found significant improvement in the status of women since 1976. Indeed, momentum was gained when the question of women's empowerment became the focus of the goal 3 of the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, endorsed by the world leaders at the United Nations Millennium Summit in 2000. Many successes have been chalked, you agree with me, following conferences on women. Unfortunately, numerous challenges still exist in all areas, including socio-cultural, political, and economic. The holding of this conference is very timely, as it comes immediately after the just ended 30th anniversary of the 4th World Conference on Women, which again took place in Beijing. In 1998, Mohini Giri, the Indian community service worker and activist, stated that women all over the world were overwhelmingly concerned with the issue of gender inequality through women's empowerment. The countries of the world and women's movement everywhere during the past decades that the United Nations has been in existence, organized in systematic, sustained manner the strategies and approaches that will effectively enable the quality of life for women to improve. Women in Tech Africa's vision of fostering talent, accelerating innovation, and expanding economic prospects by integrating women fully into the technology ecosystem is a further testament to the call for the paradigm shift of women from the well-known cultural roles to empowerment in various fields of endeavor towards their overall contributions to the development of countries. Digital and AI sectors have profoundly reshaped the world, ushering in the information age and triggering what is known as the 4th Industrial Revolution. As such, the objective objective of this landmark event of empowering women in technology from innovative leadership in the digital AI sectors to addressing key barriers and opportunities for women across Mauritius and the African continent is very laudable. We have become more daring in the last few decades, even taking initiative on Pan-African issues. And talking about Pan-African issue, please allow me to introduce to you one of our sisters here who is dedicated to the growth and success of Africa and Africans. Can you get over there to see you and just wave to them? She's able to connect promising businesses with investors within Africa, and I think that is very laudable, that is very great. The initiative to organize conferences such as this is a step in the right direction, and as we brainstorm and empower women in technology through the various panel discussion, it is my fervent hope that we will be able to come up with concrete action plans towards achieving our goals. I wish you a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Your presence this afternoon for the conference is more than a blessing, and we would like to now move to the award ceremony, where we will invite you to do the honors to those shining bright for this part of our 9th edition of Women in Tech Africa Mauritius Charter. So as we quickly fine-tune the stage, ladies and gentlemen, we have different categories which have been put forward, be it STEM Academia Research Award, be it Project Management Leader of the Year, Outstanding Senior Leadership Award, Allyship Award, Cybersecurity Leader of the Year, Entrepreneurship and Innovation Award, so among so many. And Madame Samia, are we ready? Yes. So you'll be joining also on the stage together with Her Excellency to do the honors. Can we put up the mood and have a little bit of, you know, music for the award? I know I'm not at the level of Shah Rukh Khan, but I love seeing him doing the award for IFA and stuff, right? So we would like to say a big thank you to our sponsor. That's nice. That's music like this. Yeah. To our sponsor presenting the beautiful trophies sponsored by the chair and UCMAS. I apologize for if I mispronounced it. Let's go for the first one, ladies and gentlemen. Category STEM Academia and Research Award. And the award, Gold Award winner goes to, let us have the screen. Azina Nazwali, please a round of applause to the beautiful young lady joining the stage. And we'd like you to be in the center, please. Excellency. Winner of STEM Academia Research Award. Thank you. winning for the third time, it's a sign. Yes. The next category is for Project Management Leader of the Year. And we have one winner. The gold winner is, as Meda said well, Choda Paquet Balada Market, which is translated in French as Petit mais puissant. Didisha, check it, ladies and gentlemen. The next category is Outstanding Senior Leadership Award. And the winner, Nivedita Chukun. Yes, in absentia, and the colleague from Spoon Consulting will be receiving on behalf of Nivedita. Thank you very much, madam. The next award is Outstanding Allyship Award, and the gold award goes to Tasneem, Germany. And she's being represented this afternoon. Now, interestingly, the next category, which is Cybersecurity Leader of the Year, we have a tie. So we'll be having 2 gold winners, and ladies and gentlemen, they are Tiswari Devi Kisto Ira and Dr. Shiva Omugon. I believe she's also being represented this afternoon, if someone can collect on behalf. Félicitations, Tiswari. Without further ado, we will move to the next category, which is Entrepreneurship and Innovation Award. So these will be divided into 3 levels, and we will start by the bronze level. We invite on stage to receive the bronze award, Keshwari Tilak, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause. We also invite to receive the Silver Award, Mira Yeda Kula. And shining bright for this category, receiving the Gold Award, is Sharima Azmin Bulaki. Sharima is not present this afternoon, but we'll make sure to good honors. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we'll need to call on for the Young Digital Award. The future. Still 3 categories with bronze, silver and gold. Let's have a look at the AV. The bronze award by Marie Tracy Burley Pagasa. We are very pleased to have you among us receiving your award. Ilham Kudabakus receiving the silver award on behalf, right. So we'll be receiving on behalf of Ilham and the gold award to Joli Cœur, Marie, Isadora, Alexis. Right. If not present, we of course will be doing the needful. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to present for the 9th edition of Women in Tech Africa Mauritius 2025, the best workplace for women in tech Africa. The Mauritius Commercial Bank. Yeah. Congratulations, Madame will be receiving the award dedicated to the MCB, the best workplace for women in tech Africa. Your Excellency, as I've been stating before, your presence is more than a blessing for us this afternoon, and we would like to present you with a token of appreciation for your presence, and we hope to see you very soon to more of the Women in Tech Africa Mauritius chapter events and activities. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be listening to, as planned on the program, storytelling, debugging my tech lead journey. So, we will just allow a change of laptop for the presentation. We will be welcoming on stage for the storytelling, debugging my tech lead journey. On stage it will be Sanyuta Alkori, tech lead, with ICCR scholarship holder, a BTech in computer science in NIT Warangal, India, 9 years in tech industry, the tech lead in a private bank, and she really loved her dog. This is what she had been sharing with me. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hand to welcome on stage Sanyukta.
I'm really excited to be here today. Quite nervous as well. There's been some amazing speakers since the morning, and I hope that I match the level. Just before I go to my content, wanted to know how many of you are actually in the tech industry? If you could just raise your hand. Okay, cool, quite a lot. And how many of you are actually at a senior position or management position? All right, cool, thank you. So hopefully my talk is going to resonate with some of you. And for others, I hope that it gives some clarity and gives you some idea of how it is. All right, so as part of my journey, my career path started, I started as an application analyst and then shifted to software engineering and then senior software engineering to now becoming a tech lead. As simple as this can seem to be, as most of you might be aware, it came with a lot of, I would say, a roller coaster ride across the journey, right? Because before, as an engineer, my work, or as I would go at the office, I would be fully focused on my code, right? I would be behind my laptop, debugging my issues. Maybe I would interact with my team members, some days not so much. I would just have my headset on and that's it. And then in terms of my growth, it was mostly focused on me as an individual. If I had a mastery over a language, the next thing would be to explore something else, right? Or if I mastered a system, the next step would be maybe to optimize the existing system or find alternative. So really experiment with my craft. And when I shifted as a tech lead, it was a whole different journey, because I realized it was more people-oriented. Yes, the tech is there, because I need to know what is out there, the technology, for me to guide my team. So what I realized that it was not an individual game anymore. It was more like a team game. So my growth and my team growth went in parallel. It's going still in parallel, right? And when I go to the office now, I cannot afford to just have my headset on, because people would wonder, what's wrong with me? So I have to talk to people, I have to work with people. Most of us, we have to do it, right? If my team is facing blockers, I have to address it. I have to help them evolve. So it's all part and parcel of that role that I'm working with. And I think so it's all about coming out of that comfort zone, where I was purely technical to now being more people-oriented and being more working with my team and for my team, right? And what I also discovered was I evolved with that role, and I started discovering myself with that role, in the sense that before, as an engineer, I remember, there used to be something like a team agreement that we had. So, whereby everyone comes forward and say how they work best within the workplace. And for me, it was, I was not a morning person, and when I reached the office, well, I need at least 10 to 20 minutes just to settle down. I'll be respectful, I'll greet you, but just allow me those minutes. Now imagine as a tech lead, right? I cannot afford to do that, because sometimes my team would be needing me right away. Anyone would require any information about my team, a clarity about any direction that I've set for them, right? So with the role that I've embraced, I tried to learn to be there early morning, to address the issues, and this became like a habit actually. And it turned out that, well, maybe I was not that much of a, not the morning person that I thought I used to be. And eventually I learned to like rediscover that part of who I was. Also, for those who are close to me, I can't really see you right now, but I always tell you one thing, that I love coding. Coding has been my first love, it will always be there. And as a tech lead, sometimes it's not always the focus that you have. You might be more into planning, strategizing. So now I find joy into doing that. Technically refining the tasks for my team, going in depth into the architecture diagram, planning with them, setting the goals with them. So these are the things that transition with my journey. And over and above that, in any journey, what has been constant, unfortunately, has been the challenges that we face as women in the industry. And whenever I say this, I'm not demeaning the challenges that our peer male colleagues have. I think the level is different. And also, as I matured into the role, it might be that there were some subtle nuances in the challenges, but they do exist. And I myself could relate to some of you. I won't go into the details. I think most of us, we know what they are. It might be a little different for each and every one. But for me, it was when I had to constantly prove myself in the room, right? To substantiate myself with facts, figures, if I had an idea, to prove myself for that. It didn't come always very easy. Or then being said, I'm too much, maybe too passionate, too emotional, too involved. And it's like all these comments, all these maybe judgment, sometimes they don't come consciously, right? What I started to do was to try to blend in the way that I would dress, in the way that I would look, sometimes not put makeup on, sorry, just to blend in the crowd. And then I realized that this was not right, because each one of us is unique. We all have our own qualities, our own way of being. So why diminish ourselves just to fit in and just to feel accepted? And if there's one thing that I'm learning, what I've learned, and I do tell that to my team members as well, is to let your hard work speak for itself, right? The noises will be there, the judgments will be there, but focus on your work and the result will speak. I'll be very, very short, if I may. For those that are not yet in that level yet, I would tend to tell you that give it a try, because being a tech lead is a wonderful human experience. You would meet people, you would know people, it will help you grow, discover yourself, your flaws, your strength. So it did that to me. So I would advise you, if you get the chance to, just grab it. And for those that are already at a higher position, I'm trying to do that as well, and I'll try to reach out to you to do the same, to be a role model that maybe we never had, right? To remember where we started, because we've been there as well. We started from ground zero. So now that we are, let's say, at some level, let's try to help others to climb, be fair to everyone, be equal to everyone. That's my message to you all. Thank you. Thank you, Samira, as well.
Thank you very much for this very inspiring one, I need to say. It's always good to listen to such beautiful stories from the people, by the people. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the next part, I have my fellow colleagues from the media who request to have all the award winners to be on stage for a huge group photo of award winners. May we have you on the stage, please? Madam, I know from the MCB, young lady over there, I believe. And if others whom I missed, please join on the stage. We would like to have a group photo of all the award winners for this 9th edition of Women in Tech Africa in Mauritius. Can we do this fast, as we are running already very late? And in the meantime, I will invite... Est-ce qu'on a? Yes. Please, please, please come. Who is here? Will join, who has already gone. They will reach home with the regret of not winning an IVA computer. Please join the stage. Come, we're waiting for you. Yes, please. We indeed would love to have you on the stage. Right. And I will request Her Excellency to please join the winners as our chief guest for this afternoon. Okay, so they went for the Dutch up, I believe. So the next part, ladies and gentlemen, just after this beautiful photo, will be another success story. And the title is Breaking Ground, a woman's leap from agriculture to artificial intelligence. And we will be listening to the founder of iLoop. Allow me to leave the stage. J'ai pas trop envie d'être une mouche dans ce bouquet. Thank you. Thank you very much. So the success story we are going to listen to is Breaking Ground, a woman's leap from agriculture to artificial intelligence. And we will be welcoming on stage the founder of iLoop. Wina Ramel, after 13 years in agricultural sector, has transitioned into IT, specializing in data, science and AI with expertise in Python, SQL, data visualization and machine learning. She founded iLoop, an online platform dedicated to making AI education accessible for beginners and women through practical and interactive learning. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome on stage Wina Ramel.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, thank you for the introduction. So, before starting, I'd like to thank Dr. Samira for giving me this opportunity to share my story to you all today. So, as you can see, a big leap from agriculture to AI. So, just to take a bit, 17 years ago, I was always a science student, so I love sciences, physics, chemistry, biology, and I was in high school and I was doing sciences. And after high school, I didn't really know what to do, what to choose. But one thing I knew is that I wanted to stay in science. So I looked a bit around to see what courses were being offered. There were a lot of courses in separate sciences like BSc Biology, BSc Chemistry, BSc Physics. But for me, I wanted to have the mixed sciences available to me. So at last, I ended up choosing agriculture, so BSc in agriculture. And of course, when I did my degree, after my degree, I obviously got a job in the sector. and I worked in the private and the public sector, and I stayed in that sector for 13 years. So this is a bit my time while I was working at the Ministry of Agriculture. It was my most recent job. As you can see, it's quite different from what I am now. I was wearing jeans, boots, and having my coat, doing a lot of field visits. And as you can see, the field visits are quite this is a big challenge in agriculture. Like, we are having less and less farmers and more abandoned fields. So this is the big challenge in the sector. I was also having field visits for breeders, having livestock. So along the way, while working in the sector, I always had a curiosity for IT. I loved IT, I was always enthusiastic about it. I wanted to explore new software, to see the new trend. And during my time, I was kind of the IT person at work, so solving some issues which I could, like supporting some of my colleagues in terms of solving their computer issues, etc. So then I thought that something was missing in my career. I wanted innovation, I wanted to grow in my career. So I was looking for that thing. And this is where the challenge started. So I wanted to make career transition. So I was already interested in IT. So I said, why not? I did some research and I opted for the bootcamp in data science and AI. I still wanted that science thing because I wanted to still keep that analytical and critical thinking part. So I thought that data science and AI would be interesting for me. So I jumped and did a boot camp in it. It was a part-time boot camp, 6 months, very intense, and I had no coding experience. I never did coding, so it was a big first time for me, and it was really, really challenging. And I did the boot camp, yes, but post the boot camp, I understood the concept behind data science. How to train models, the results, etc. I knew the theory, but still zero coding skill. I couldn't do any coding. So after the bootcamp, what I did, in fact, I couldn't afford to lose that knowledge that I gained. So I sat down and tried to learn about what I did in the bootcamp. It was really self-learning. I watched countless videos on YouTube. I practiced my coding. My GitHub account was being filled every week. So it was really, really tough, but I had to keep pace because at that point of time in my life, I wanted to change career, and changing career for me would be changing my life. So that was very important for me. So after that self-learning part, I was still working at the ministry. But after learning all this, I got the knowledge and I really knew where I wanted to go. I had a goal. So I said, yes, I really want to get into IT. I have to get into data science. So what I did, I really decided. I resigned from the Ministry of Agriculture because I knew where I wanted to go. And this year, at the beginning of the year, I had started applying to different jobs as a data scientist. And of course, I got a lot of rejections because my profile was very different. I had no experience, so I was facing a lot of rejections. I couldn't get a job. And I kept being patient, applied, and fortunately, I got an internship at a startup. It was for a funded project where they gave me the opportunity to practice my coding skills and apply the knowledge gain that I got in data science. So yes, at that time, I got a job. I could take a leap into IT. But still, I was looking for something else. Like I wanted to create something. I realized that I wanted to give something back. I understood data science, but I wanted others also to understand what I understood. So I got a click because I always wanted to create something for me. I ended up creating an online school. It's called iLoop. So iLoop was born in June this year. It's very new. I wanted to give back what I've learned. So I created the logo, the website. I ended up knowing how to create a website too. And iLoop was born in June this year. And I also noted when I got into IT that many women, they fear coding. There's a gap in getting women into the sector. So iLoop was one of the reasons created for that, to bridge that gap, to get more women interested in IT, and also targeting some beginners, anyone who wants to learn about data science and AI. And recently I've been offering internships at iLoop, where there were 2-month internship where they could do projects, applying their skills in coding. And it was 2 months internship and just ended in October this year. And I plan to offer more internships in the future so that women and any beginner can get more knowledge about data science and AI and coding. So this is the website, iloopdstech.com, which I created. There's all information on that, the courses, the prices, what is it about, etc. So you can take a look. And this is my details if you want to contact me about courses in data science, anything you want to ask, I'll be happy to help you. So just before ending, I'd like to say that with respect to what I went through, I like to say to you to stop doubting yourself. There's a need to take a risk in life. It's very important. And I feel that if you really want to do something, just go for it, take that risk, create your story. I think that is the purpose of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ina. I believe that this is a beautiful example where we don't read impossible, we read it as impossible. And we need to congratulate the young lady for this initiative of iLoop. Bravo, félicitations. And I will request all the students in the field to please to be in touch with Wina as she's putting forward her lots of opportunities, right? Ladies and gentlemen, we will now go for we will have now a mini workshop with title Upskilling Women in AI, Leveraging AI Tools for Career Growth. Allow me to share the bio, the presentation of Pooja Towakel, who is a Principal Coordinator CX Digital Transformation at Mauritius Telecom. She'll be leading this part. Pooja is a registered professional engineer with the Council of Registered Professional Engineers in Mauritius and brings over a decade of experience in customer experience, digitalization, and process improvement at MT. As Principal Coordinator CX Digital Transformation, she combines her background in electronics and communication engineering, management, and artificial intelligence to enhance customer experiences through smart and sustainable and data-driven solution. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome Pooja for the mini workshop Upskilling Women in AI, leveraging AI tools for career growth. Now, for this part, ladies and gentlemen, we will need you to do a little bit of gym. So you will need to lift your chair. I'm serious about it. No, you will need just to have a setup, a round setup, a circle, right? And it will be 10 persons per small circle. So you can move around, you can put aside extra chairs, right? And we would like to have a beautiful mix of participants from different societies, institutions, a good way of networking. Nous vous demandons, mesdames et messieurs, de redresser vos chaises en cercle de 10 personnes pour cette activité qui va être présentée par Pooja. Of course, if we have some extras, we will ask them to fit in, right? Bon, il y en a un rond qui est un peu ovale, pas grave. Mais... Hein? Il y a aussi une musique de rond qui permet aussi. Right? So, as we are getting ready, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome on stage Pooja to please proceed with the workshop.
AI tools. So let's begin with the fun exercise. There are 3 pictures in the screen here. You have to choose which one is AI and which one is real. So try to guess it. Have a look at it. There is a QR code here. Allows you to scan it and cast your vote. Have been able to cross your foot. Can you just display the results? Letitia, can you just put back? So hands up for A. A real. Hands up for A. Who thinks A is real? Real. No, A is not real. So B. B. Who thinks B is real? Okay. C. So let's say that majority of you got it wrong. A was real. So surprising, right? So we can't tell the difference anymore. What is AI and what is real? So this brings about the question, it's not about how AI will change work now. AI has already changed work. The question is how we will use it. So let's follow. This is a brief overview. There was a recent report by McKinsey. So just to put things into perspective. So 78% of enterprises have already implemented AI in some of their business functions. And when we look at women in Africa, we can see that less than 23% of women are represented in tech. So why is there this gap? Is it about ability? No, I don't think so. I think we're all competent here. So this gap might be about opportunities, access to opportunities that we don't tend to have so much as women. So AI tools help us bridge that gap because we can work smarter and also perform more efficiently. So let's look at AI across different sectors. So AI is in every sector now, from finance to education to healthcare, and ICT remains at the core of it, connecting and empowering all others. So we have been talking about multi-attribute education since the morning. So let's now have a brief at it, at how we at Mauritius Telecom have been implementing AI. So AI is not the future anymore. AI is already here. Now let's have a look at how AI can help us for our growth. So what can AI do for us? AI can write reports, generate content, help us do better reasoning, brainstorm, analyze our data, or even create content. So how can AI do this? There is another interesting video here, how AI can be our companion, help us in our tasks, making us work more efficiently. supposed to be. It's supposed to help us in our daily tasks. We can eliminate repetitive tasks with AI and just add value to things that need our input. So let's have a look now at AI tools ecosystem. There are hundreds of tools out there. We don't need to know every of them. We just need to know the main categories. So we can have a look at it. ChatGPT included. Basically, it's for reasoning, brainstorming, and coding. Then you have Microsoft Copilot, which is productivity in Office 365 apps. Then we have Perplexity Go, mainly for research purpose. And you can have a look at DALL-E, Midjourney, Canva. These are for content generation. So we have Whisper, which is audio. There was someone in the morning which was talking about breaking the language barrier. So these are the model which addresses voice specifically. And then we have Google and Notebook and Gemini. Notebook is for learning purpose. And Gemini, I think you all have experienced the fake pictures everyone is having with stars, different countries. So it's multimodal, text, image, and audio. So now we move on. What's next in AI? What's next in AI is agentic. That is, we have agents planning and executing tasks at multi-level. So OpenAI just came up with his browser last week, which is Atlas. Let's have a look at OpenAI browser. Letitia, please speak. So this was about having agents in our browser. So agent can go and execute tasks for you. Instead of you just browsing, for example, you could have seen in the video, you browse something 1 week back, you can just refer to it in a conversation. And for example, tell him to book a hotel stay if you know the context. So now let's move on. We move on to the most interesting part of today's session. We have a hands-on demo. So the demo, I have 5 use cases here. So due to time limitation, this is what we do. So I hope it's interesting for you. So first demo we have is on ChatGPT. I think most of you use ChatGPT here. So I think all have experience when you use ChatGPT, at times it doesn't give you correct answer. And you also get lengthy responses when you ask a simple question. So there are simple tweaks you could do to ChatGPT to make it more accurate. So we go on ChatGPT. I'll show it to you. Then if it's interesting, you can apply it. Okay, so that's the first demo. Second one. I think I'll do the demo just.
It's her laptop, so just trying.
So I'll just do the second demo. We'll do a market research. So today when you do market research, you have to go and look at hundreds of sources and try to find accurate information. So there is Gemini. You can go there. For example, I'll do a new chat. In tools, there is something called deep research. So deep research, it uses internet browsing. And you can just come here, do deep research, and put the topic you want. For example, I say, what are the top skills women should possess in 2025? Okay, I do the deep research mode. It will run for me. I have already done it for the purpose of time here. So I'll just go into the chat. Oops, there is no connection. That's it. Sorry for this. Yeah, so there was no video. Okay, so here we have it. You will see it has already generated. You get a report. You get a full report that you can download and read. You didn't have to go and check individual sources. So the next demo was about data analysis. So ChatGPT has an inbuilt data analysis function. You just have to upload your file. And then put I want trend and summary of this data. So you see, you get the analysis of the data in seconds, instead of you going and analyzing the data. Now we say that you're not comfortable putting your data on ChatGPT. You can use Copilot, or you can Claude is coming with an Excel ID. So the third use case is another quick and fun one. So it's about language. So you can go on ChatGPT on the audio mode and have it ask him a question and have him reply in another language. For example, use voice mode. Hi.
Hey there. What's on your mind today?
Tell me why women should learn AI. As respond in Mauritian Creole.
Bien sûr. In Mauritian ou Creole Mauritian, opérate here. Bonne madame besoin d'apprendre AI parce qu'il donne un plus complètement pour avancer dans sa carrière, innover dans plusieurs domaines, participer dans de nouvelles technologies.
Okay, thank you. So it was fun, right? So ChatGPT also helped you break the language barrier. So last one we have a notebook LM. How many of you have heard of notebook LM here? Okay, so not many. So notebook LM is interesting for learning purpose. For example, you just upload a document. I upload the report that we got earlier from the deep research. So just upload your document and have it converted into an audio for you to listen. Or you can test your knowledge on it via the different options here. It's very useful for students.
You know, if you feel like every single article
ChatGPT is still talking.
AI integration, well, you're never know.
Okay.
AI is, it's rapidly changing pretty
So these were the 5 use cases for today's session. And the use case I have been displaying so far. So this presentation, it looks good, right? So this was AI generated as well. I didn't use Gamma or any tool. I use a cursor and did HTML coding for it. So I'm not a coder, it's just vibe coding, and you get it done in 3 hours. So now next, another message, it's about using AI. So AI should be used wisely, not blindly. You can't trust everything that AI tells you. You have to bring value to it. So what matters is that your prompt has to be specific. You need to tell him what you want. And context is the key. For example, you're asking him compare apples. You have to tell red or green apples. Then it will know it is fruit. Else it will assume it is a phone. So these are the simple rules to use AI. And at the end, you always have to review your information. This is where we are adding value. Because else AI will replace us. We have to use AI as our support, as a companion to eliminate repetitive work, but not eliminate our purpose. We need to add intelligence in whatever we do. So next, we can have the challenge. There was a challenge for you to try. This is why we had the group. So we can do it in 3 minutes? 5 minutes? No? And then the gift. Okay. So we have a challenge here. So you can choose any model of your choice, any LLM. You have to generate a poster which for you describe women in tech. Use any of the tools we have mentioned, and if you do it, there is an interesting prize for the winner.
So, if I give you 5 minutes, you do that challenge. At the same time, I'm going to give the lucky draw so that we don't lose time because we need because the people from the hotel are waiting for me because they need to use the room afterwards for another setup. So is that okay if I give you 5 minutes, you work on that within your group, and at the same time, I'm going to do some lucky draw, have your ticket preview for the gift. Is that okay? That will be the store prizes coming. I don't want to leave without the store prizes. Thank you.
And I'm sure many of you stayed for the store prize. We will go for the 1 evening package, all inclusive for 1 person with a validity of 6 months, excluding December 2025 and January 2026. In the meantime, I'm always said that women are multitaskers. You need to prove it this afternoon, ladies. In the meantime, you do the challenge and you check your numbers. We are very happy to have une des mains les plus innocentes de la salle cet après-midi. Viens. Comment je t'appelle? Arnav Infintia numéro 430. 430. 430. Reste. Bravo, vous remportez 1 evening package, all inclusive for 1 person offered by Ocean Creek. So the next one will be for? Okay, so we are now going to, wait, it is the one night stay for 2 persons. All inclusive, ladies and gentlemen. Et le numéro est... Dis-moi ça très fort.
449.
449, or 449. 449. 449. Ah, bravo! Congratulations, madame. May I say, une habituée de Women in Tech, we are very, very proud and happy to always having you around. Je peux avoir votre ticket, s'il vous plaît. Merci. 449, hein? Madame is receiving one of our star prizes, which is one night stay in all-inclusive for 2 persons, validity 6 months, excluding 2025 December and 2026 January. We have a gift from one of our partners and sponsors, SM Light, which is a beautiful pack with lots of goodies. Allez, tu vas nous dire ça. Qu'est-ce qu'on a comme numéro?
326.
326. In English? 300 and?
326.
Yes. 326. Présent? Ah! Thank you for staying with us and congratulations on receiving a goodie bag, SM Lights, one of our sponsors and partners for Women in Tech Africa Mauritius chapter. Thank you. Right. For the laptop? Who's going to win this laptop? This IVA laptop?
En
français?
429.
Non, attends, il n'est pas encore tiré sur ticket. Laisse tirer sur ticket. 429? Wow! From the MCB team! Receiving. C'est le fils de qui, s'il vous plaît? Le fils de Aiva. Now, madame, representing Aiva here in Mauritius. Yes. Bravo, 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 bravo. Si vous pouvez nous expliquer un petit peu à propos de ce laptop.
This is an IVA laptop. Congratulations to the congratulations Angela. This is an i5, 13th generation, and 16 GB RAM, 512 SSD. And you get the days of 3 years of warranty. Congratulations.
Félicitations, madame. Merci à toute l'équipe d'AIVA qui finit avec nous, autant que partenaire sponsor pour ce fabuleux laptop. And let's give a big round of applause to our little star here. Thank you very much. Right? Allez, rejoins toute l'équipe de l'autre côté. Are we good for the challenge? How is the progress? Ladies and gentlemen, this is something serious. Next year it will be the 10th edition and this is the exact poster that we will be using. Oh, mais tu faisais ça avant? Okay. Right, so please guide me for the next. One more? Okay. Miss Fediale will amène tous ceux qui finiraient tous des voix. Please put your hands up, those who have been submitting the poster. No one? Okay. It doesn't work? Sounds like my ex. Yes. C'est la fatigue, croyez-moi. So where are the tickets for... Oh, we got more gifts coming. Oh, yeah, right, correct. Correct, so we got different groups. Is it working now? Still? Oh my god. Okay, let's do one lucky draw for the book. No, wait, which... Okay, we have a goodie bag going to... What is ça? Vous inquiétez, c'est bon, Dani, ça va. 402, 402, 402. 402, 402, 402, 402. Samira, tirez aux mains, vous la mettez là. Qui fait ça? Yes. 432, 432. 432. Ah, vous avez vu, hein? Madame, félicitations, votre ticket, s'il vous plaît. Merci beaucoup. Allez-y, grimpez. Le plaisir de vous offrir from one of our main sponsors a goodie bag from the MCB. Thank you very much, MCB team, for supporting the Women in Tech. One more? Okay, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I would like now to pass on to Denis, who will be sharing.
Alors, bon après-midi, je sais que tout le monde est à peu près ici passé à la maison. Alors, ce qu'on va faire, c'est que pour le challenge de Télécom, donc Pooja a affiché son email. Ce que vous faites, c'est que vous faites le challenge et vous envoyez tout ce que vous avez fait sur le email de Pooja. Et après, on va faire une sélection et on va annoncer qui est le gagnant. C'est bon? Merci beaucoup. Alors, il y a un deadline, excusez-moi, c'est pour demain. Donc, demain à minuit, on ferme, il faut avoir les logos, tout ce que vous avez fait, et on fait le tirage au sort. Très bien, merci.
Merci beaucoup, Denis. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Mrs. Samira for the official closing and vote of thanks. Let's give a big round of applause to Samira, please. Thank you.
Merci tout le monde. Déjà, je voulais remercier tous les sponsors, toutes les personnes qui ont soutenu vraiment Women in Tech jusqu'à présent. Tous les sponsors qui sont là pour cette année-ci, 9e édition. Je m'excuse, on s'est retardé un petit peu sur l'heure. Je pense que ça arrive, mais là, c'est le worst case scenario parce que le TLM me disait ils ont un événement après, donc on essaye de faire le maximum. But, do send us your feedback, c'est très important. Vous avez notre mail, vous avez le mail de Women in Tech Africa. Et le feedback, c'est très important pour nous. Mais avant de partir, il y a un dernier cadeau. Je vais demander à EO Solution de venir, je ne l'ai pas oublié. Je sais qu'elle est encore dans la salle. EO Solution, elle a un dernier cadeau pour vous. Can I have the ball before you go? Et je remercie encore tout le monde. Et j'espère vous voir l'année prochaine pour la 10e édition. Donc, keep watching our social media pages, Women in Tech Africa on Facebook, Women in Tech Africa on LinkedIn. And of course, once you have registered for this event, you are automatically a member of Women in Tech Africa, so you will be receiving emails from us. Thank you.
341. 341. Going with the latest of the Instax Mini, offered by one of our partners and sponsors, EO Solutions, ladies and gentlemen.
Pas perdre de temps, merci. De me donner l'occasion au fait Instax pour la conférence de Women in Tech. On a fait un prix spécial. Vu qu'on est représentant de Fujifilm à Maurice, on n'a pas le droit de vendre directement à des clients, parce qu'on vend avec les resellers. Mais pour la conférence, il y a un prix spécial. Je vais faire publicité, mais je passe ces infos. Vous connaissez l'année de son Vini cadeau. Alors, c'est à 4900. C'est un pack. C'est la caméra. L'autre qui est à 4900. Celui-là manque le casing. Il y a les films, il y a les piles. Alors, most welcome to give us your name and to contact us maybe by next week. Ou on peut vous contacter aussi. Merci.
Inch'Allah, je vais dire, c'est que tout le monde qui est venu aujourd'hui, they can contact you to get discount price for this one. Ok. Donc, si vous avez des petits-enfants et tout, à donner cadeau pour la Noël, vous savez où partir. Merci, Inch'Allah. Merci tout le monde et merci d'avoir resté jusqu'à la fin avec nous.
Thank you very much everyone. Rentrez bien chez vous. N'oubliez pas, est-ce que c'est bon pour... Il y a du thé? Oui.